Hello and welcome back. Today we're in Uru. We're going to do a deep dive into lore. We're going to read a lot. I mean a lot. We kind of skipped over stuff. And then, so we're starting here, which is, I think, I don't know, yeah, I think it's the DRC, sort of research facility on-site location. Not sure where, though. Like on an island in an age, in Denis, on the surface, underground. I can presume it could be in Denis. But we had read all the culture books, or notebooks, so we're going to go through the books of kings. And we've got some really nice background music to sort of set the mood. And so we'll start into that. King Shamat. Shamat took the throne in the year 300 DE, Denis era, at the age of 44. Up to the point of his coronation, he had been a member of the Guild of Writers. He continued his study of the art through private mentors and for a number of years after his coronation. It was a lack of proper guild instruction that most Denis historians attribute his distorted views Shamat later took on. It was an up and down reign, partly due to a tremendous tension that seemed to exist between himself and his older brothers. Both of the brothers, though they had little respect, did everything in their power to make Shamat's reign tumultuous. One of the first actions Shamat ordered was the construction of a palace. When it was completed in 34-7 DE, Shamat moved in with his family. Although his brothers refused and maintained their own homes, such an act was regarded as tremendous disrespect to a family and only served to widen the gap between Shamat and his brothers. This is Nick's handwriting, and we had read Nick's sort of other notes about Shamat in the age of Eder Chemo. Okay, so this is more of a edited version, abridged version of what he learned. Interesting. Furthering tensions not only within Shamat's family, but within the culture as well, was the lavishness of the palace. Ornate gardens were present inside the physical grounds, and garden ages were written as well. Linking from within the palace, rumors abounded that some of these garden ages were even wiped of their inhabitants in order to provide Shamat with relaxation. Whether true or not, Shamat often swore publicity of the need for ages to serve Denis. This was a first for the society, a direct contradiction to what the guilds thought. The Denis were to serve the ages. It seemed that the Denis were to serve the ages. It seems eventually the tension became too much. Some say it drove Shamat mad. In 3087 DE, both his brothers disappeared and were never found again. It was commonly presumed that Shamat wrote a death book to which both his brothers were linked to, although it could not be proven. Regardless, it was one of the first major challenges for the people of Denis, and they reacted quickly. A prophetess was supplied to Shamat in 400 DE, and in an attempt to guide him into the ways of Yavo, for the 155 remaining years of his reigns, it seems that most people believe Shamat became a better king. The prophetess became an excellent mentor for Shamat and eventually convinced him to choose the son of one of his close friends as the heir to his throne. His own children were admittedly out of control. As it turns out, it was the bloodline of that child that led to the birth of a great king years later on. Shamat died of natural causes at the age of 299. Women were generally seen as much better communicators with Yavo than men. As a result, most prophets were women. The choosing of a prophetess as guides for kings started with Shamat and became a tradition for all the remaining kings of Denis. It was usually up to the king as to which prophetess he would seek for wisdom. Okay, cool. King Demoth. King Demoth took the throne in 4692 DE at the age of 154. Although the public was generally not happy with the reign of G, it appears that they were pleased with his choice of Demoth to succeed him. Demoth joined the Guild of Maintainers at the age of 5, as most did, and risen to the level of Guild Master by the time he was chosen as king. The selection was a surprise, much of the public and apparently even to Demoth himself. It was not a post he had especially desired to have. Most immediately, Demoth ordered a ban on all unnecessary links to be enforced by the maintainers, while the council carried out emergency meetings trying to decide the stance on outsiders. In these meetings, the council concluded that relations with the outsiders would continue, but with much stricter restrictions and guidelines. The list was long, and that Demoth signed into law and included the restriction of any outsiders operating Denis machinery or linking books. Perhaps more importantly, the council and the king sent a clear message to all the factions who were against the outsider involvement. With Denis, their ideas would not be tolerated if they led to any infraction of the rules previously established by Loshamanesh, which were to become strictly enforced. And although it was not strictly prohibited, the Relyima, meaning the unseen, was apparently ordered to double its membership and find any and all who were carrying out illegal activities with the outsiders. As well, Demoth announced the words of the Watcher as pure rubbish and nothing more than a desperate, lonely man seeking attention. In 4721 DE, Demoth pushed an amendment that forced all major guilds to accept a percentage of students who passed the entrance exams but could not afford the steep prices. It was the first action in history of Denis, and one that many seemed to question, especially the guilds themselves. However, Demoth was able to convince them that it was necessary for society, and one to which they cautiously agreed. In 4728 DE, records point to an over 10 to over 10 separate groups being convinced of the Lo Shamanish, Lo Shamanish, I'm going to say Lo Shamanish laws, as they had come to be called. Most agreed that the Relima played a large role in the convictions, although there are no official records of their involvement. Regardless, each of the convicted was sentenced to solitary confinement on prison ages. The convictions must have carried out a powerful impact on society, as the public still knew very little of the Relema, as if anything at all, and thus no idea how so many convictions were occurring. As one writer said, there were stories of dark shadows, mysterious creatures. For those carry out such activities, it was said that the eyes of Demoth saw everything, while his arms took anyone he wanted. The crime rate, especially pertaining to the Loshamanish laws, it's hard to read these weird titles, Loshamanish laws, steadily lowered until 4752. There were only 3 recorded convictions. In 84 DE, an assassination attempt was carried out against Demoth, resulting in the death of 2 members of the Relema, who saved Demoth's lives in the process. The perpetrators were found, and 2 years later, Demoth ordered their execution. It was the first execution of its kind, met with little resistance from the public or council. The 2 men were apparently linked to a death age permanently ending their lives. Although most agreed that the execution, those who were against outsider involvement began to felt even stronger in their case now. They argued Denis is killing itself for the sake of the outsiders. In 4826, Demoth was rewarded for his efforts pertaining to the acceptance of policies of the major guilds. The first of the Guildstone Masons, non-paying members, headed the effort to devise an early fusion compound technology, a building block for the eventual development of Nara. Demoth praised the guild and the numerous opportunities that all citizens of Denis now had to benefit their society. In 4843, at the age of 303, Demoth passed away, leaving the throne to his firstborn son. Some argue that G didn't make the right choice of Demoth, but that Grand Master of the guild maintainers made it. The matter was never officially settled, although most contribute the choice to G. From Demoth's speech explaining to the people the findings of the council meetings. By that time, the major guilds had become extremely expensive, and a large majority of the population, even qualified to join the guilds, had no way to afford it. Taking the private journals of Guildmasters Rashan of the Guild Archivists, from the Revealing the Unseen, written by Bisharen in 5999. Goshen, leader of the cult group Blood of Yavo, made the comment in a public speech. The comments were made by Demoth at the public announcement of the fusion compounding technology. Interesting. Fascinating stuff. King Renef. King Renefref. King Renefref. Alright, we'll give that a shot. King Renefref. King Renefres was born in 207 BE, before Earth, on Garterne. He was accepted into the Guild of Writers at the age of 5, a standard age, and as the years passed, quickly became one of the finest writers of Rene had ever seen. Certain records go far as to stating that Reneref was unsurpassed in skill by any other writer of the same day. By the time he was 90, Reneref had achieved the rank of guildmaster and was well on his way to become the guild master. However, due to personal convictions, he never achieved that rank. Reneref had long been a challenger of the views of the Guild of Writers as well as the king himself. Reneref was apparently very concerned that the society's views pertaining to the purpose of writing and the challenging of acting responsible with the great gift given us to Bayavo. Okay. Handwriting has changed. Different person. It looks like Nick again. Around 73 BE, Reneref was asked by the Grand Master to write a descriptive book to a questionable age. At least in the eyes of Reneref, he perceived the age to be being used to house an uncivilized race that could be used for the purposes of Rene. Thus, Reneref refused to carry out the command from his guild master, and as much debating was apparently dismissed from the Guild of Writers. Some records point to Reneref as willfully excusing himself from the guild, although regardless of how he left, much of society found the dismissal unfair, and some even went to as far as to call it detrimental to society. Around 59 BE, the fact that Garterne would not be able to serve the Rhone as a home for much longer, as was confirmed the information made public. Reneref had long known of the state of Garterne. This is hard. I want to read the lore, but man, these names. Garterne. We can say Garderne. Garderne is a good one. Garterne. We'll settle on that. Garderne and Reneref. Okay. Garderne and Reneref. And from the time of his dismissal, and apparently been working on an age that he felt would be a good place to live for those who wish to follow him. According to the various journals, Reneref managed to attract a few thousand Rene and convince them to follow him in the ways that he felt important and to the age that he had written. The king allowed Reneref to split away from the Rene, along with a few other smaller groups, while a majority of the Rene left with Garderne to a new home world called Terrani. Reneref took his group to Earth, where he established the Denis, meaning the new beginning. Reneref was a strong leader, immediately establishing himself as king, and reigning for over 120 years, until his death, obviously. Those who followed Reneref to Denis already respected him enough to separate themselves from their family and friends. Thus, records point to very few debates or disagreements within the society under the reign of Reneref. As had always been the case with Rene, a group of surveyors was sent to Denis before the group officially moved there to establish a Great Zero and the line emanating from it. A monument was built on the Great Zero in the year 0 DE. Unlike previous occasions, the Reneref established... Ooh. That was exciting music. We'll turn that down. Um, Unlike previous occasions, Renerv established the line of the Great Zero as set apart for the holy buildings. Um, Without authorization for the reign of kings, construction was forbidden. So, okay. Though it was never stated directly, records strongly implying the Renerif who chose where the city would be established, he seemed to base his decision on two factors, which probably made the decision an easy one. Um, let's see. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted. Okay, there you go. Continuing on. Records strongly imply that Renerif was who chose where the city would be established. He seemed to base his decision on two factors, which probably made the decision an easy one. First was the line of the Great Zero. It seemed obvious to spot the base of the city, with most of the important religious structures being on the line, and the rest of the city surrounding its center. The second factor was the group of waterfalls that flowed from the ceiling of the cavern to an area adjacent to the line of the Great Zero. The fresh flowing water was perfect for drinking. A new Writers Guild with fairly different different rules than the one that existed in Gardner was constructed almost immediately 8 DE. Under the direction of Renerif, by the year 100 DE, Renerif had directed the the recreation of the 18 major guilds. The guilds were dedicated to Yavo on the Day of the Circle, a celebration not only for the completion of the major guilds, but the celebration of new guilds, which Renerif believed to be healthier than those existed in Gardner. Guilds that have been established to please Yavo, not themselves, Renerif said. Certain records to the point of the guilds on Gardner became extremely competitive with one another and focusing more upon having the best facility than carrying out their duty to Yavo and the people. In an effort to curb that kind of competition, Renerif completed a list of restrictions upon guild construction. The restrictions included guidelines pertaining to the placement facing the Great Zero, size, shape, and minor visual guidelines. Though one of the Renerif's top priorities was construction of a temple, where there were disagreements as to the specifics, causing numerous delays in the finalization of construction plans. Eventually, construction was started in 48 DE, and the temple was completed in 63 DE. Known as the Reglevator... okay. Regelt... Greetings, hello. I'm just doing lore reading. Let's see. Reglatovorum? Okay. Known as the Reglevatorum Temple, Yavo was meant, the temple to Yavo was meant as a place of worship as well as a reminder of the prophesied great king who would come to them soon. Renerif also made it a priority to install massive fans that would supply the cavern with fresh air. Natural openings existed, but it was quickly discovered that they did not supply enough circulation or ample circulation for the cavern. As a result, massive shafts and fans were built and installed over a 30-year period between 84 and 114 DE. It could be noted that numerous records point to a small group of Dini disappearing upon completion of those fans, it was most assumed that they remained on the surface of the earth to live. The Throughout his reign, records point to a multiple occasions in which Renaref refused to build a palace for himself. Interesting. For all the for all its faults, Uru does have some interesting information about Dene history. Yes, I decided to go into a deep dive into lore today. I'm going to read everything that I skipped in the previous runs of my adventures of Uru. So here I am. Instead, he lived in a fairly basic home, similar in fashion to most of his fellow citizens, and made it especially clear that until Yavo had a new home, he could not allow himself one. Okay. Kind of humble, but how much of is that show? He is a king after all. Although even after the temple was completed, Renaref refused to build a palace. Interesting. Always focusing more on the religious and government sites. Renaref's own philosophy centered on the fact that he was much easier to focus on Yavo and his wishes when circumstances were difficult and struggles were more abundant. It was strongly believed that Renaref's refusal to build a palace was an expression of that philosophy. Interesting. I take that passage about disappeared Dene was to be a reference about Ahmad's ancestors. Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, you're talking about the start of a Earth civilization on the surface, so it could be one of those. So that kind of makes sense. In 120 DE, Renaref died of an apparent heart complication. He was 327 years old. Though he had married, he had no children. As a result, he chose one of his apprentices, named Eilish, to succeed him. Okay, here are the notes taken from the memoirs of Eilish, from the Oath of the New Guild Writers written by Renaref, taken from the journals of Grandmaster Naidun of the Guild of Legislators. Gardernet's sun was dying and would eventually cause rapid decrease in temperature, making it an inhabitable age. The Great Zero itself was unusually based on prominent natural landmark. Interesting. Within the age, from the Great Zero, a line was drawn, usually toward a magnetic north, to aid in the navigation and construction. It would be noted that 18 major guilds of Dene were not necessarily the same as the 18 that existed in Gardene. In fact, they were probably much different, though there is no information on that details of the major guilds of Gardene. We do know that the guilds were meant to be flexible and serve the people in the needs of their time. Taken from the transcript of Renaref's speech on the first day of the circle. The prophetical work that Reglevator of Urpa, okay, a book of Renaref believed strongly in, dealt with numerous prophecies of a great king who would be sent by Yavo to guide the people. All right, that's an interesting one. I think this is Nick's table. It matches the handwriting of Nick. King Eilish. Sam. This is Sam's handwriting. Oh God, Sam. Sam, your handwriting. Your handwriting is a little bit complicated for me. We'll see what we can do. King Eilish. King Eilish took the throne in coronation ceremonies in the year of 120 DE at the age of 170. Though it seems Eilish had never been a member of a writers' guild on the Gardene, he had spent the first 50 years of his life with Renaref. After his own dismissal, I think, working on the Book of Denis when the Denis Writers Guild was formed in the year 8 DE. Renaref made sure that Eilish was placed in charge as the first Grand Master of the guild. Interesting. Um, so, okay. As Grand Master, he had worked closely with Renaref in the writing of the new Guild of Writers Oath. The oath, which was what every member promised to live by, ended up staying in existence with a few minor changes until 9400 DE. Records indicate that Eilish modeled his life very closely to Renaref. He refused to build himself a palace until a common library was opened, as he strongly supported a palace where citizens could have access to books, although, to books. There was some minor disagreement on minor issues. The building was eventually finished in 233 DE, although, like his mentor, Eilish still refused to build himself a palace. The reign of Eilish was extremely similar to that of Renaref. There was still great excitement for those new ideas and laws of Denis. Thus, a support for Eilish was making his reign a very smooth one. Before his third son, born in 256 DE, records indicated there was a bit of public apprehension over who would be next king. Eilish's two sons were fairly religious, and neither of them seemed good candidates for the throne, at least in the public's opinion. However, Eilish's third son, it became apparent to the public, although records never give specific reasons, that the boy closely followed his father's ideals. Eilish must have agreed with the public opinion, as it was his third son who he selected to succeed him. Eilish died of natural causes at the age of 350. Yeah, very simple reign. King Asemlef. I'm going to go with that. Correct me if I'm wrong. King Asemlef. King Asemlef took the throne in 5999 DE at the age of 54. Asemlef inherited a people who were philosophically confused. The Watcher was versus the Gish versus the great king of Tavar. But technology advancing, many great constructions, mining, and scientific inventions, expanding within a cavern at a great rate and moving toward the diminishing involvement of the outsiders within their culture, as well as fighting that had scarred their past was at a minimum. Asterisks. Asemlef continued the peaceful trends by attempting to isolate no one. Excuse me, I'm going to take a drink. Asemlef continued the peaceful trends by attempting to isolate no one, but instead of welcoming everyone and any beliefs they might have had. It seems he took no stance on any of the varying religious ideologies being passed around, and allowed any and all religious factions to equal to property, government, help, etc. Okay, basically they were seen as equal citizens, despite all their religions. While disregarding no beliefs, he was able to hold his own, some of which were unknown to Denis up until the point though never stated publicly by Asemlef. Common opinion and historical records point toward numerous servants being used by Asemlef, most brought from outside ages. So some were so more so were the apparent changes Assemblus held within these servants. Details are hard to find, but it seems as though these challenges ranged from hunts by Assemblus himself to gladiatorial-style battles between the servants. It should be noted that regardless of what actions occurred, there was little public outcry against them. Instead of philosophical or religious beliefs, Assemblif instead focused on mining expansions, construction of the new districts, and offering equal opportunities of culture and society beliefs to all classes. As far as outside involvement, Assemblif publicly argued that the order from his father to all the guilds was not realistic, and that the outside involvement would always be needed to some extent. Knowing the commitment would anger some of the factions, he became the first king to publicly invite more extreme factions who wanted no outside involvement to his palace for numerous talks on the issues. Though decisions were made in the meetings themselves apparently calmed the factions and created a better overall feeling that the two could come to a decision in the future. Okay, so he's diplomatic despite having interesting tendencies. Around the same time, two key writers from the Writers A Guild left to join the Writers of Yavo. Up until that point, the group who believed it was their duty to write the perfect age had been relatively small. Life of the Writers of Yavo, most of the popular factions or cults of the day focused on Yavo in one way or another. The old cults, such as the Tree and the Sacred Stone, had vanished for the most part, leaving a way to disagreements in the beliefs of Yavo for the most part. Asamlef passed away in 6284 DE at the age of 339, leaving the throne to his third and youngest son. Looks like here are the footnotes from the line of Karath, written by Fall in 6984. Worth mentioning, as the Writers of Yavo would eventually become one of the largest sects in all of Dini. Let's see. After the Judgment Age, most of Dini believed one would either end up in the Perfect Age or Jakuth's Age, obviously. Most wanted to live in the Perfect Age, but there were, of course, a variety of beliefs on how that how that was accomplished. Excuse me. All right. Alemnesh. Okay. King Nagin? Nagin. Is it Nagen or Nagen? I'm gonna say Gen because of Gen. Something simpler. Nagen? Nagen? I'm gonna settle on Nagen. Okay. King Nagen took the throne in 2353 DE at the age of 85. Nagen did much to encourage the growth of the major guild of fine artists, as well as the seeking of other truths in the year 2500 DE, 1,000 years after the death of the great king, would mark the peak of what some would call the religious confusion asterisks. There were over 2,000 registered seats. Seats? Yeah, seats. I'm going to say seats. And the original belief of Renaref were known by very few. Nagin was clearly not one of them. It is 2397 DE that most officially marks the start of Denis Renaissance. In that year, in the Amis Theater Company hosted the first play written by the playwright Sierra. Sire? Sirreh? Sire? Okay. Sire? The play dealt with the Pento War and the great king himself, and was one which Nagin praised. It ended up being sold out for 3 straight weeks and marked not only some of the start of theater as a popular entertainment source within the culture, but also the beginning of the Pento War subject, which would go on to become one of the most dealt with topics of their history in their art. In 2408 DE, the 33-year-old musician Sierram began seeking out concert halls, marking the beginning of yet another career of one of the great Denis artists. His music was also dealt with much of the great king, many times ridiculing him. Ridiculing the hymn. Nagayam praised the people for being able to express their true feelings in such a wonderful displays of art. In 2488 DE, the first successful extrusion tests were carried out by the Guild of Miners. To a great applause of the public, Nagin used the occasion to benefit everyone. He appointed the Guild of Miners as a major guild, replacing the Guild of Fine Artists. He then split the Guild of Fine Artists up into minor guilds of sculptors, artists, actors, and musicians. The split was to encourage growth in mining as well as the arts, the major causes of Nagayan throughout his reign. Major causes. So he's an artist and a miner. Okay, sure. His proposal was strongly supported by Sirreh, is that? I think it's an S, but I mistake. It's probably an A. Irem, Sirreh and Irem, because there's. Okay. So I think this is an A, so it's an Irem. Sirreh and Irem, as well as other artists who viewed it as an excellent opportunity for the growth of their respective fields. In 2500 DE, Nagayan proposed the construction of a new council chamber for the guilds. Somewhat surprising was that he suggested it should be built over the tomb of the great king. The proposal was met with a little opposition, and the construction began 2 years later. In 2502 DE, the tomb of the great king was barely visible, a tremendous symbol of what Denis had become. Later, it was discovered that within the council chamber there was a massive vault protected by puzzles of a sort. The tomb had always been known for its patterns, some of which were claimed to have prophetic messages. Nagayan apparently became enamored with the patterns and spread them throughout the unseen portions of the chamber as well as the seen. Though the public knew very little of the vault at the time of the construction, years later it was found to contain a tremendous amount of royal wealth. Wow. Kind of like an Egyptian tomb of sorts. Something Nagayan publicly encouraged. Of course, most were not able to save the amounts of Nagayan did, but still, the idea of saving one's money for future generations was strongly encouraged by him. Nagayan died in 2533 DE at the age of 263, leaving the throne to his third son. In memorial to Nagayan, Sirreh wrote another more popular one of his plays entitled Our Great King. It was the first play performed by the minor guilds of actors in 2535 DE. Interesting. Let's see. Footnotes. Taken from the Journal of Tavar in 3075. From a speech by Nagayan christening the minor guild of musicians. Although the official church registered a complaint, it seemed there was little heart behind it. Apparently, even a prophetess of Nagayan supported the proposition. Interesting. Boop. That's the end of this book. So 3 books for Sam. And I finished reading these earlier. I read that. I'm going to read this one. Well, King Karath. Okay. King Karath. King Karath took the throne in 6731 DE at the age of 54. Sorry, dyslexia. 54. Karath was probably one of the most well-known names of all the kings, not because he had been considered the best, but because he was the last. His name came to represent all of the kings in the later years, including the renaming of the Arch of Kings to the Ark of Karath. His mother had raised him to follow the teaching of Gish, and by the time he took the throne, he was believed to be a wholehearted believer in the followers. Because of that, the experience of watching his father interact with his advisors, Karath had decided from an early age that a king was no longer the correct way Denis should be led. At least, he argued, not the true great king. Not until the true great king would come. Interesting. So he is the great king believer. The fact that Karath, in a single reign, was able to convey his people that the way that they had been ruled for thousands of years was wrong and should be changed, should be considered nothing short of miraculous. Karath carefully crafted his arguments as belief for the guilds more than anything else, as benefit for the guilds. Well, if you change a paradigm of belief, you gotta, yeah. If the Tirai linking book was already hidden under the council building, I guess those other digging down there wouldn't find it. I guess so. Tirani. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up, but that makes sense. Let's see. Where was I? In fact, that Karath was in a single reign. Okay, there. I read that carefully. Blah blah blah. After all, he argued, Denis is the guilds. Let us be protected by their fortress and ruled by their wisdom. Wow, you giving power to guilds. Interesting. It was hard for the guilds not to support the proposal that removed the king from the highest authority and replaced him with 5 lords. Either way, either that or they realized what the book was and just put it back. Yeah, that could be it too. It's like, oh, it's this book. Let's just stick it there. That would be like the smart thing to do. Lords that would automatically be chosen from the grandmasters of the guilds. It gave all of the power of Denis to the guilds, and there were only a few grandmasters who seemed to disagree. Interesting. All right. Those few were known as faithful followers of the great king and Renareth, who had always supported the role of kings. Fortunately for Kenarath, though his people believed a variety of different philosophical ideas, only those who faithfully followed the original teachings of Renareth and the great king were disturbed at the thought of no king. And it was a majority of Denis who no longer followed those beliefs, but those of Nemia Gish and the Watcher and various others. As a result, it was a cultural impact that the public had overcome and not a religious one. Kinnereth, attempting to further please guilds, recommended the new renovations and the additions to the council chamber and constructed a guild hall meant to celebrate the new power that would be their symbol. Which would be theirs, meaning the guilds. Okay. A symbol of a new power of the guilds and the lords, and further insult to the great king, burying his memory even further under the government construction. All right. Construction began in 6970 DE on the new guild hall. There was no better symbol of the attitude of Denis in 6970 DE. The tomb of the great king was further buried under massive buildings dedicated to the government and the guilds. By the end of his reign, Kinnereth conceived a majority of Denis of his own beliefs. Most claimed to be followers of Gish and his writings, and most viewed outsiders as a threat. If not now, then soon, Kinnereth often said. After his death, Kinnereth's words would be proven to be true on the onset of the Medis War. Outsider factions invaded with attempts to destroy the ink-making and bookmaking guilds almost succeeded. By the time the war would end, there would be no few left who did not follow Gish and thus believed in the end of most outsider involvement. The discovery of the conservative factions had led to the start of the Medis War, which would come much later, when it was far too late to alter the conservative trends. Interesting. Regardless, in 6977 DE, Karath abdicated the throne and gave over the power of the kings to the first 5 lords of Denis history. They were Lord Teri, the Guild of Messengers, Lord Himla. Is it Himla? I'm going to say Himla. Himla of the Guild of Healers, Lord Moleth of the Guild of Cartiers, Lord Kedri, the Guild of Writers, and Lord Korenin of the Guild of Analysts. Karath died 8 years later. At the time the time of kings was over, taken from Karath's public speech in which he had first proposed the idea, and then the final footnote is the first 5 written by Tarvis in 7000. Okay. Cool. King Meemnem? Meemnem. Meemnem. King Meemnem. I'm going to stick with that. Meemnem. King Meemnem took the throne in 5240 DE at the age of 83. One of the biggest announcements of Meemnem's reign came rather quickly and was offered by the Guild of Miners and the stonemasons who worked together. In 5307, it was revealed that Nara, as it has been created in the laboratories weeks earlier. Nara offered tremendous opportunities for mining and construction and ended up having a massive impact on future opportunities for the Denis. Even at the time of its release, there was apparently much excitement about its potential. In 5312, disease broke out at the industrial district of Denis, most likely originating from the age of Yasef. The outbreak caused widespread panic among the, as many predicted another plague similar to what had occurred during the 2100s, Fortunately, the illness was not nearly as lethal as the aforementioned, and the Guild of Healers reacted extraordinarily fast in finding a cure. Regardless, there was again a new push to at least separate the Neril, oh god, Neril, I'll call it Neril district, far away from the city proper. Oh, Memnem apparently liked the idea quite a bit and encouraged the surveyors to be looking for a new into such an expansion. In 53-59 DE, the Denis race received another great reason to begin major expansion, and it became and it came in the of Stone Tooth, in the form of Stone Tooth. It was the second of the great diggers, and quite a bit more powerful and technologically advanced than the older Stone Eater. Interesting. Memnem immediately ordered the Guild of Miners to begin creating an area along with the Stone Eater for a new industrial district replacing Nuariel. It was not until the 54-75 DE that the actual construction began on the new industrial section Uran. Less than 100 years after the Stone Tooth, 5473 DE, the Guild of Maintainers announced that a newly discovered Derethian, D-E-R, Derethiani, Derethiani, I'm gonna stick with that. Derethiani could be used to create much improved and much more protective maintainer suits. Ah, this is the suits that we encountered in Garrison. Okay. Though such announcement may not seem especially important, the new suits ended up having great impact on Denis culture, since the maintainers were able to take bigger risks in the types of ages they could explore. The Guild of Riders were allowed to be a bit more liberal in their riding, and a new breed of age was begun. During Memnem's reign, words became a common topic of discussion, and attention was again given to the old temples. Evidence points to numerous remodels and renovations of many of the secular temples that had been built years earlier on the new line of the Great Zero. Interesting. I don't remember reading about that. What's the difference between the old line and the new line of the Great Zero? Anyways, it seems that Memnem himself paid little attention to the religious pulse of his people, being much more interested in technological advancements and city expansion to care. Once Memnem felt that the Stone Eater and the Stone Tooth were no longer needed, he recommended using them to build an underground tunnel connecting the island to the city proper, and minimizing the need for boat travel. His proposition was not embraced by any means, especially by the upper classes who were living on the island. Apparently, there were many number of protests for fear of the effect of the tunnel would have on the island. The proposal was also rejected by most of the guilds, causing the Memnem not to force it. In 5500 DE, the first imports from the other ages were linked to the new Uran district, much further from the city. Uran was said to be a tremendous improvement over the older Neril. Oh God, sorry. Much more advanced, much safer. And there were tremendous celebrations on the day of the opening. Security was tight in the new district, as it was revealed later that the Relima, Relima had uncovered a variety of plots intended to display some of the factions' disagreement with the district. Okay, so there was faction disagreement and possibly, potentially acts of terrorism, but we'll see. In 5540 DE, Me'emnem's only son became extremely ill and ended up passing away 6 months later. As a member of the Guild of Healers, Hashem was often among the first to investigate the New Ages to make sure of their safety in relation to the disease. As a result of his death, the age was not approved until a cure could be found. Me'emnem considered the actions of his son heroic and changed the name of Uran district to Shemnen a year after his death. It was said that the death left Me'emnem's deeply saddened, devoid of excitement he had once shown throughout his reign. Many said it forced him to the prophetess Trisari. Me'emnem apparently spent much time with Trisari in his last days and was able to die a content man because of her. Interesting. Me'emnem died in 5549 DE at a very ripe age of 392 and chose his nephew, probably at the recommendation of Trisari, to succeed him. Footnotes. A metallic gray stone, 30 times the density steel and hardest of all Denis stones. Interesting. Oh, that's Nara. Yesef was mostly forest and provided Denis with a good portion of wood supply, including expensive and rare yema. The industrial district was formed during the reign of Nidra and served as an importation center for most outside goods. Okay. The newer ages allowed for much more experimentations with atmospheres, animal life, and energy sources. From the Journal of Grandmaster Vishar. We'll call it Vishar, of the Guild of Stone of Miners. From the journals of the prophetess Trisari, assigned to King Me'emnen. It could be noted that prophetess had been assigned to all of the kings, but the most part had become nothing more than figureheads, rarely consulted. Interesting. From Hashem, written by Remena in 5589. Okay. I think I got everything here. I read this before and this. So this is how I know Nick's handwriting now. because of that. And now I know Sam's handwriting. And these are the cultural books written by, what is it, Tricia and Jessica, I think? Michelle, Tricia and Michelle. So we're kind of learning the names, and this is, I think that's it. Oh, I'm going to do a quick search. No. And no. Okay, so we're going to link back to our Rialto. And then there was a humongous book collection in the central, near the central plaza of Denis, so we'll probably go there. That means, do I need to go here? Let's see. Is it this book or the next book? I'll double check. Okay, no, these are the neighborhoods. Means we have to go to the Nexus. So we'll go to the Nexus and then activate this. And then Palace Alcove. Toka Allery. I think this is where we want to go. Tokota Alley. We'll see. No, but who cares? We'll find it. There's usually like this big giant central. Okay, there we go. This is the central area. Okay, here we go. So, Tokota Alley. Maybe it was the palace that we needed to go to? Okay, let's try that. Yeah, I think it was the palace. And then we'll read the books there. I wonder how many will be repeats, because these ones are like DRC official books, I think. Yes, this is it. It's the Hall of Books. So many books. Let's see, I read this one already. And there was this book that kind of forced me to go back to that sort of research area. King Visha. These are no repeats. King Visha. Visha took the throne in the year 812 at the age of 95. When Visha took the throne, he already had 2 sons of his own and ended up having 3 more before his death, a large number for Tani. I feel this room is the designer's revenge on players who had been complaining about the amount of journals. There are a lot of journals, right? It's just, there's so much, and I kind of wish they were kind of spaced out a little bit better, you know, and in areas of relevance, right? I mean, technically, if you're reading about kings, it makes sense that they're belonging in the palace, right? You know. So what can you do? That is about as relevant as you can get. Though his father had completely rejected religion in his early years, Visha was an extremely religious man who, some say, tried too hard to push his convictions on his people, and in the end probably pushed many away. And in fact, he forced into law a number of strict guidelines pertaining to marriage and adultery, as well as oaths and vows, of which many were removed by his son. Many say that the great mark of Visha's reign concerned the health of his 5th son. The boy was a maintainer, and at the age of 50, on a routine check of ages, was almost killed. That's exciting. We'll skip that particular track. Anyways, the boy was a maintainer and was almost killed. Though the cause of near death was unclear, certain documents point to inhalation of toxic gases. Okay, so he probably just ended up in a place which was very unhealthy. Believe it or not, if you go caving, there are a lot of warning signs. They'll I've been caving about 5 or 6 times in the United States, and usually the rangers or the people who own the caves make sure there's no toxic gases before they open it to the public. So, but since he was a maintainer, he could have ended up in an age was. Yeah, he did. Yeah, I just said it was on an age. Sorry, I confused the maintainer with the guild of miners, miners and maintainers, miners and maintainers. Anyways, I've digressed far enough. Let's go back into it. Mm. Though the cause of his near death was is unclear, certain documents point to inhalation of toxic gases. He ended up falling into a deep coma that the healers said he would never come out of. In response, Visha gave a powerful speech, boldly announcing to the people that Yavo would heal his son, and that he would awake again. Despite the opposition of the church, two prophetesses who advised him, and the Guild of Healers, Visha maintained his faith over the 3 years until the impossible happened, and his son awoke. Though many disagreed with Visha's religious convictions, there was not a single Dini besides Visha who was shocked by the awakening and forced to look again to their own faith in Yavo. Visha died of natural consequences in 99-7 at the age of 280. He left the throne to his reborn son, Maraon. Maraon. Mararon. Mararon? Mararon. Yeah, Mararon. From the miracle written by Tishan in 1072. Okay. At least they're typed instead of handwritten. That makes things happier for me. Still having trouble with the names, regardless of how I can read them. Mararon. King Mararon took the throne in 99-7 at the age of 73, exactly 20 years after emerging from his long coma. From various speeches and writings, it is obvious Mararon placed a strong value on life. Through his 162 years in power, it seems he did all he could to emphasize the fact that that same value on his people, as well as make the most of his own. All right. It seems that a main concern of Mararon was that the Dini education system, the fact that so many of his own people were falling by the wayside, apparently upset him quite a bit. So in 1124, T. Lanar, a guildmaster of the Guild of Legislators, submitted a paper. Minor guilds. Mararon was an immediate agreement with that it said in the paper that it said. Okay. All right. What was the paper? Okay, here we go. In the paper, Tilinar wrote, "We are creating a group of people who have no understanding of Dini and the strength of our blood. There is the relatively small percentage of those who learn and keep our traditions through the guilds, and a growing population of fools." Mararon, following the suggestions within the paper, placed the common schools under the Guild of Legislators and began major renovations of systems, including higher standards for instructors, longer workdays. Mararon also raised the time in the common schools from 6 years, age 10 to 16, to 15, so ages 5 to 20. It's a long time in school. From there, instead of entering back into society, as had been the case, students could enter one of the minor guilds, that which had been proposed by Tilinar and accepted by Mararon. The first of these guilds included architecture, a branch of guild stone masons, miners, and educators and bankers, among others. Okay? We're talking like trade school stuff rather than higher education, quote unquote. While not pushing education, Mararon was focused on his own life, making sure that he was living it to the fullest. Most historical documents point to addictions to hallucinogenics, drinks, and various drugs. Wow. He's into the heavy Schedule 4 stuff. As well as, it seems, carried out numerous affairs, prompting him to throw out the rules that his father had written regarding marriage and adultery. One particular record shows of affairs with a prophetess, although both prophetesses and the religious community vehemently denied it. The public said little about Maranon's shortcomings, choosing to focus more on the benefits he had brought them than the negatives. He died at the fairly early age of 235 in 1159 from natural consequences. Are you sure? It's natural? With all the drugs he took? Anyways, most expected the early death from his drinking and smoking, although many say that it was somehow related to his coma early years. In relationship, so footnotes, in any relationship between king and his prophetess is extremely looked down upon as both parties were expected to remain objective with one another and the people. Interesting. All right. King Corin. Okay. King Corin. Corin took the throne in 1159 at the age of 50. Corin was the older of Maranon's two sons, and the two brothers were apparently close. His younger brother was a guild captain in the Guild of Linguists, and the two remained close for much of Corin's life. In 1159, he took the throne. It would have been impossible to forecast the turbulent stirring of events that would start during his reign and not end for some years later. His grandfather, had been an extremely religious man, though not everyone agreed with his theologies. There were, in fact, a number of groups who strongly disagreed with Visha, and through Maranon's had not done anything to offend them. During the reign of Corin, they sought to make their own causes more widely known. The most dangerous of these groups was known as the Judges of Yavo. Though they had existed for some time, it was 1303 that they began to make a name for themselves. It all seems to have begun when a writer mysteriously left the Guild of Writers in 1303. A few days later, books and ink were missing from respective guilds. Corin ordered tightened security on the guilds, as well as a massive search for the vanished writer, but all to no avail. Unbeknownst to Corin, the judges, led by the heiress Iris. I'm going to stick with Iris because of that extra I between I and R. Iris. Anyways, were writing illegal ages in an attempt to create a race that they could control, to force them to go to war for them. In 1320, the Pento Age was written, and the judges had what they needed. Okay, I need to take a drink. Try not to cough. All right, there we go. It was in 1323 that his wife was about to give birth to his first son that Corin's palace was attacked by a group of judges. Along with the warriors from the Stone Age of Pento, Corin ordered his family out of the palace as it was quickly being overtaken, and together they traveled to the other side of the city where a special linking book was waiting for them. While traveling through the king's arch, rumors say that Karin's wife gave birth to his first son, Ah Ash Ale Len oh god. Al Alshen Alcendar. I'm gonna stick with Alcendar. Karin continued to live in the city although his family stayed in a secret private age. The city grew more and more dangerous as judges began to destroy more of the city and kill more of its citizens. Karin poured money into the city guard as well as the small military of the day, although it seemed it was too little too late. In 1353, Karin was assassinated by a group of Pento warriors being led by the judges. The city was thrown into complete chaos. Footnotes. Known as the Regolan Tan Tant Tant Tanit Tant Eok Reglo Tant Tananiok judges sect believed that they were to exercise Yavo's judgment on those who could not truly understand him as they did. Wow. What a name. Let's try not to say that again. Alcendar. King Alcendar. Alcendar, the Great King. Alcendar was 29 and living on a private age with his mother when his father was killed. Instead of immediately joining the city, he remained in the private age, apparently at the suggestion of his uncle, who had come to inform Alcendar of his father's death, with a few advisors who kept him updated. Alcendar stayed in the private age, trying to formulate a plan for the war that was now raging in the city. Meanwhile, his uncle, still a member of the Guild of Linguists, was translating much of the Pento language and learning much as he could about them. As it turned out, the judges, with the Pento, claimed control of the Denis government after the death of King Karin, and began to move into other ages. Alcendar, after being briefed by his uncle on new information, continued to wait. After a few weeks later, the waiting appeared to pay off. Reports came back that the judges had killed the leader of the Pento for fear he was becoming too powerful and out of control. Unfortunately, the leader had not declared an heir and had left the two sons to fight for the throne. This led to civil war within the Pento and a complete lack of focus on the Denis, leaving the judges empty-handed. As well, what forces were there were spread out to other ages and no longer fortified in the city. The public apparently knew Alcendar was hiding, and every passing day felt as though the prophecies were coming to fruition. So there's a prophecy here, and that's why they call him the Great King. Interesting. Quote, only the stone, while they pass beneath, listens to his cries and comfort her fear. Only the arch welcomes the reign of the Great One who guided us. Alcendar, they all knew, they all knew had been born directly under the arch. A new people of light, will bring great havoc to the dark, as they believe the Pento had done. He remains hidden, while another sits in his throne, was obvious. While the public waited for him, they only grew more willing to fight for him. Okay. 15 weeks after the death of his father, Alcindor entered the city for the first time in his life with a small force. He sailed directly through the arch to the palace and reclaimed it with relative ease, while directing his soldiers and those who joined him as they saw him enter the city, immediately establishing safe zones, and eventually informed the Pento that he wished to begin negotiations with the Pento warrior Mechar. Alcindor agreed to help Mechar defeat his brother. In return, they would return to their home peacefully. Mechar agreed if Alcindor would write them in an age to return to. The deals were signed in 1376. Alcindor led a force to the Pento age. It was there in the Battle of the Great King that Alcindor led the defeat of Mechar's brother Timawe, a total victory for the Denis. Mechar turned over two leaders, the judges, and Alcindor found the other three in the city. Okay. All five were sent to prison ages and the books burned. Some in the society had demanded an execution, but Alcindor had refused. Regardless, his coronation ceremony took place a few weeks later, and it was said not one of Denis did not attend the event. Our cheering was as loud as thunder, and our pride was as solid as the arch through which he had sailed. Throughout his reign, Alcindor wrote a good number of books of prophecies and encouraging his people to forget about their own old homeland and focus on why they had came to Denis, to start again to focus on pleasing Yahweh and to make good and right decisions. To know Yahweh should be better. To know Yahweh better should be the focus of their lives, he claimed. It was Alcindor who brought them back to the attitude that they had maintained during the reign of Anarath. During his life, there were numerous amounts of rumors abounding around Alcindor, and especially linking abilities. Numerous witnesses claim that he did not need linking books to go from one place to another, and numerous others claimed he could link from different spots within the age. However, none of these rumors were ever confirmed. There were apparently other rumors, much more quiet, which dealt with Alcindor and his relationship with the prophet Nehemiah. Although it seemed that Nehemiah had a great respect for Alcindor, the same could not be said concerning Alcindor's opinion of Nehemiah. Apparently, the great king had little time for her and often found her advice foolish and childish. Then, when he did consult with her, as a result, it seemed Nehemiah was rarely seen with the great king and relegated to a figurehead role for the ceremonies and like. Perhaps surprisingly, Alcindor rarely consulted with the other prophets, though he did have the choice. Unbeknownst to the public, who continued to praise him, Alcindor was working with the Guild of Writers and Healers on a plague. It was said that it could be used as a biological weapon, and such action was ever needed in the future. As far as the Pento, the link between their ages and Denis was still open, and Alcindor insisted on the continuation of resources from the Pento, although it appears that some of his associates advised against it. It was in 1466 that the Mechar came to the palace through other books given to him by judges, and killed Alcindor's wife and 2 sons. Alcindor himself killed Mechar in the records described in an astonishing battle. 2 days later, Alcindor ordered the release of the plague into the Pento age. Apparently, his counselors advised against it, but he demanded his orders to be carried out. The plague was released though documents don't specify now. The entire population of Pento died 3 years later. Unfortunately, it seems as though most of them realized what was happening and did not die before, linking to a number of other ages and infecting numerous cultures. The sickness did not affect Denis, although the great guild, the Guild of Chemists, began to fear that it could mutate to something that would. Once the public became aware of the plague, it was they obviously blamed the Pento for the devastation, as they had no knowledge of the Elsendar's participation in the plague. All of the books to which Pento had access were gathered together and forever destroyed. Then, in 1500, Elsendar gathered his people together to inform them of the truth. Oh, brave man. It was in that space that he had told them he had created the plague and then ordered its release. At the end of his speech, he asked to be sealed into the temple of the great king, as built by Jacqueline, with any infected books, as well as any books that were linked to Denis, to the Denis, to their past, as he preached that they must completely forget. Okay, anyway. A year later, Ascendar was sealed within the temple, and then the dimensions and shapes of the buildings made sense, as it required to hold a massive amount of books. Interesting. Solaf, Alcendar's chosen heir, took temporary charge of Denis while the public waited for the great king's return. However, after 6 months had passed, records state that Solaf uncovered the final wishes of Alcendar and read them publicly. Alcendar he read, was not to return, and for no reason should the seal on the temple of the great king ever be broken. In addition, the note stated that Solaf should be officially designated as permanent king. So convincing was Solaf's shock upon the last reading of the note that it was said that the thought of the note being a hoax was never considered. Great acting. Congratulations, Solaf. You're king. Numerous personal journals and government transcripts state the public's disbelief at the statements. Soloth himself said, For how could he leave us in such a state? Though there were many calls to break the seal of the temple, a direct command of the great king was foolish, as well as the books within the seal were infected books, should not be opened for good reason. So, in 1502, the temple of the great king was renamed the Tomb of the Great King upon the orders of Soloth, and he was assumed dead. However, most still believe that he would return. Return of the Great King. Interesting. Footnotes. The two brothers were both fighting for control of the Pento, and Makar felt most strongly his people no longer needed the judges, owed the judges anything. His brother, Timue, felt that the opposite. From the Great King, written by Lishena in 1399, and then Niema's Legacy, written by Teman in 1609. Though not done often, it was possible for the king to leave the throne to his successor if he wished to be gone for an extended period of time. No records point to the note being anything but true wishes of the great king, but it is interesting to note that it was never thought of as a fabrication note. as spoken by the Grand Master Nemes of the Guild of Healers to the council. Okay. Oh, look at this. More. We're not done. King Soloth. I think we read like a precursor or a rough draft of this already, but we'll read it again. Soloth. Soloth took the throne in 1502 at the age of 79. It was noted that his coronation ceremony, Soloth was given a newly designed crown. Al-Shendar had retained his own and it was common opinion among the Dini that such a crown could not be worn again. It should also be stated that Soloth's father had been a Grand Master of the Guild of Writers and had helped Al-Shendar create the book that was responsible for the plague. While Al-Shendar chose Soloth in particular, he never stated. Regardless, Soloth inherited a fairly stable culture, although one that was on the fringe of religious anarchy. The greatest leader of their time had left them, and they were a lost people without him to guide them. There were going through multiple repercussions, although it's doubtful any had sensed that they would occur so quickly, most of all Soloth. It was in 1520 that the prophet Neema, who had been the great king's own advisor, wrote the book of Nehemiah. Okay, Nehemiah. I gotta settle on that. And sent the culture into a religious upheaval. The book denounced the words of the great king, calling him a fraud, an impostor, and gave logical arguments to each of his writings. He killed thousands, betrayed us, left us with no one to guide us. Why do we believe his words and expect him to still return? Makes sense. At first there was an outrage at the writings, and Neema declared a fool and a heathen, most loudly by King Soloth, who also apparently took offense to the writing. In 1527, Nehemiah vanished. Some said killed by an angry mob, and the others said taken away by angels. Regardless, in 1550 there was a growing sentiment that Nehemiah's book carried some truth. There was a growing tide of disharmony within the people, and there was nothing Soloth could do to stem it. Those who had always thought that the great king would return were beginning to understand that he would not. And they were beginning to grow angrier at the way he left them. Suddenly, there were numerous reasons to believe that Nehemiah's writings may have carried some truth. Perhaps we have all been betrayed by the man we once called great, one wrote one anonymous writer. Looking back, credit should be given to Soloth for keeping his people as unified as he did. In 1604, he announced his plans to create Karim, a civil district, including an opera house and a concert hall. The distraction away from the religious arguments was obvious to the public, but they seemed to welcome it. There was excitement from the proposal, and the construction began in 1610. The entire area was not finished until 1650, due to varying construction problems. But when it finally did open, there was great excitement within the culture. Soloth's wife passed away in 1735, leaving him with 2 daughters. It was not long after her passing away that he remarried again, against the advice of the prophetess, to a younger woman named Jolatha. Jolatha gave birth to Soloth's first son in 1748, And though Soloth was extremely pleased, many in the religious community were somewhat apprehensive. Public records clearly indicate that Jolotha was a well-known member of an influential cult group known as the Tree, although Soloth denied the fact to the day of his death. Hello. Hi, Parker. Yes, we're reading history. Deep dive into lore. So, I'm enjoying myself. The culture remained fairly stable until the death of Soloth in 1778. He was 356 years old and left the throne to his firstborn son. Congratulations, Soloth. Nice try. King Merita. I'm going to say Merita. King Merita. Merita took the throne in 1779, at the young age of 31. There were multiple leaders, many of them from the church, who publicly feared that the appointment of Merita would cause great damage to the already fragile religious culture. Their fears appears to have been justified, as Merita's reign was a turbulent one. In fact, it was often stated that it was his mother, Jolotha, who ruled the throne for most of Merita's 236 years in power. Merita himself had no time to rule Denis. He was much too busy, too focused on satisfying the women who ruled him. Ouch. That could be seen as an insult. Or a mama's son. Either way. In 1817, Merita proposed the construction of the Temple of the Tree, marking the first time any king officially supported anything other than the original beliefs of Venerav. Just as important as Merita suggested, the line of the Great Zero, which had been chosen by Venerav, was inaccurate. However, he did not officially change this line. He most likely realized such a change would have carried far too many implications upon the society concerning construction and navigation, etc. His goals, or Jolotha's, in such a remark were simply to question the beliefs of Venerav and encourage the cults to build in a newer section of the city. His remarks were all that were needed. The temple was built with strong opposition from some in 1843. A few years later, Merita sanctioned the construction of the Temple of Water, the Temple of Sacred Stone. Both were finished in 1876 and 1902 respectively. All were built by Merita's recommended line of the Great Zero. As the years passed, the cult sprang up everywhere, wreaking havoc on the religious beliefs of Denis, and beliefs that Denis had once had. The temple of the Yavo was empty, and its priests and prophets were small in number, as many had left to pursue other beliefs. In 1975, Merita attempted to change the rules and restrictions of the Writers' Guild, including altering their oath. He claimed that the proposals would have leave them more flexible in writing and allowed the Denis to do more, quote unquote. Do more? What kind of do more? However, the proposal was met with staunch resistance from the Grand Master Trema, who adamantly opposed the king and as the records show, refused to change the oath that Eilish had written. As it turns out, the refusal cost Tremal his life. Many say on order from Jolotha. Years later, many viewed Tremal's refusal as one of the most heroic deeds of Denis history. For those If those rules and oaths had changed, many believe that Tremal had, the path to tyranny would not have been long behind. And that is why we exist, wrote Tremal. Once Tremal, the Writers Guild and the construction on how the ages should be written. Yeah. Once Tremal was found dead, the Writers Guild as a whole refused to change the proposed refused to change the proposed changes? Yeah. Refused to change the proposed changes in the oath and regulations in support of their fallen comrade. Eventually, Jolatha, through the Mamners, though through Maerta, gave up trying. That makes sense. Why force something? Anyways. By far, Jolatha's most destructive action came the year of her death. In 1999, she convinced her son to break the seal of the tomb of the great king. Why she wished for such an action was not clear, although numerous possibilities were proposed years later. Though few in number, there were still some who believed that the great king would return, and Jolatha was infuriated that any power the great king had. She simply wanted to prove once and for all that the great king was dead, an impostor, and a fool. Others wrote that she was interested in gaining access to some of the ancient books, as the tree believed that they held a special power. With some others, some others said she was simply mad, while others claimed she was possessed and an ancient of Jarkuth. Regardless, the seal was broken and the act carried out in secret in the death of night. As even those who proposed the great king would have found an action blasphemous and dangerous. A number of books were taken from the tomb, placed in the temple of the tree, along with what Jolatha had claimed to be a piece of robe from the body of the dead king. Jolatha died 2 days later from an unknown illness. While the books she had taken out remained in the temple of the tree, Maerta quietly ordered the tomb to be sealed again, much stronger. It was believed that Maerta believed that his mother had been cursed for entering the grave, and he himself was petrified of it, or any mention of the great king in the later years of his life. Okay, that would make sense. Don't go where you're not supposed to. Maerta, known as an unfaithful man, died 15 years later with one of his lovers. The Guild of Healer records indicated massive poisoning as the cause of his death. He was 267. His murderer was never discovered, although there were numerous suspects. Though he had many enemies, most agrees it was either his wife for his obvious reasons, or his son who despised his father's weakness or lack of judgment. Ironically, it was his son, his eldest, who he left to the throne. Anyways, footnotes. From the journals of the prophetess Elisha, precedented existence for such a claim on previous ages. The line of the Great Zero could either point from the Great Zero itself toward magnetic north, as Renarif had chosen, or toward another prominent landmark, as Maerta suggested it should have been. Grandmaster Temas, the Guild of Writers, in a speech from the Five Lords at 7034, Jakuth was the equivalent of the devil in Dini religions. Okay. Wow. Still going. King Gan. Gan took the throne in 2015 at the age of 144. Though he was not necessarily convinced of the greatness of the great king, or Yavo for that matter, Gan was far from the despot his father was. Unfortunately, he never quite given the chance he was never quite given the chance to do much for his people, as the sins of his grandmother consumed his reign in the throne. 6 months after Gan's coronation, first signs of the plague began to show themselves. Eventually, healers would discover that the plague was an evolved version of the disease that Alcindar had created to destroy the Pento. The evolved version cut Tani's lifespans in half and caused massive infertility for the elderly and the young. Death usually came quickly in the form of heart failure. The appearance of the plague and the eventual announcement that it was similar to what the great king had created caused the public to cast most of their blame for their illness on the great king. Very few people known of Jalatha's request to open of the tomb. Those who knew of the breaking of the seal seem to have not spoken of it, or possibly were not heard if they did. Numerous records indicate, as far as the public was concerned, the plague was the great king's fault. Somewhat surprisingly, because of the infertility rates, Gan managed to have a son in 2050. He died 20 years later at the age of 199, after being on the throne for only 55 years, the shortest of any king. Gan left his son a population that was slowly dying, both physically and emotionally, and there was no cure in sight. The plague ended up killing a quarter of the Denis population and cutting birth rates in half. It was until its cure was found in 2262. King Benashiren. Benashiren. We're going to stick with Benashiren. Benashiren took the throne in 2070 at the age of 20, a record that was never surpassed. He was extremely young to inherit the throne, and his short reign displayed his immaturity. It was said that there was never any control or leadership from the throne while Benashiren sat in it. As a result, the people were forced to look elsewhere for some kind of trust or hope. Most turned to religion, leading to many more factions and cults. Many claimed healing powers either from nature, special leaders, or Yavo himself, though a variety of different means. It was clear that Barishan wavered in his stance on just about anything, including religion. In some speeches, he begged Yavo for healing, while in others he sought help from the tree. In the meantime, he was no help to his healers or chemists, both of which were working hard to find a cure. In fact, some of the Barishan's speeches point the public to condemnation of the guilds, accusing them of shallow efforts and failing their own people. Those who held faith that any cure existed outside of the miracles and or special potions were few and far between. The people continued to die at an amount, and the amount of children born decreased tremendously. Benashiren himself died in 2193 at the young age of 143 without any descendants to leave the throne. In fact, so few children were being born, Benashiren had trouble choosing an heir for him, even from his own staff. As a result, he chose his 179-year-old uncle to take the throne after his death. It was later said that some higher power must have been involved in such a choice, as Benashiren was far too ignorant to have chosen an heir that made so much sense. Wow. It was often customary to choose a child of a staff member if a king did not wish to choose or could not choose of his own bloodline, taken from the writings of the Grand Master Isham of the Guild of Legislators. Short and distasteful reign. King Hemelin. Hemelin took the throne in 2193 at the age of 179. Hemelin had been a guildmaster in the Guild of Healers, and it was said that he took the throne with rage in his heart and fire in his mouth. He was extremely angered over the public opinion of the guild and made it his mission to make sure a cure was found. Some say he exhibited more power and authority in the throne in 1 week than his nephew had in 123 years. Hemelin was fairly convinced that the cure lay in the books of old, and he had been encouraging healers to look there long before his coronation as king. However, his nephew had been hesitant to allow access to the books, something that immediately changed once Hemelin had authority to look through them. Hemelin seemed to be fairly devout follower of Yavo and often claimed that only Yavo would heal them and no other gods. That his people were seeking. In 2255, Hemelin became extremely ill, and most thought he was about to die. The Guild of Healers continued to try and prevent his death, but prognosis was grave. It was during his days in his sickbed that he met a woman named Lalen. She helped care for him, and as time passed, Hemelin found himself living just to see her one more time, as he wrote on a letter. Lalen must have felt the same way. The new love seemed to forge a new will to live. Hemelin recovered, and on the day he died, he praised Lalen for the reason he was able to defeat the plague. Okay. 2 years later, Lalen helped the rest of Denis defeat the plague. Rumors say that while searching through the old histories that her relationship afforded her to access to, she found hints as to where more of the old books had been kept. It was a few months later that the Book of Bireni, a particular book that Hemelin had always sought, was found. 6 years after the discovery of the Guild of Healers, led by the Guildmaster Jasem, considered the plague cured. Records point to a tremendous celebration, like never had been seen before. A newfound optimism spread through the culture, and officially the Denis Renaissance began again. It would have been noted that on the day in 2262, King Hemelin and Lalen wed in a grand ceremony. In 2270, the first post-plague child was born, and Hemelin promised to give him the throne as a symbolic gesture of hope and celebration. Though Hemelin tried to use the end of the plague as a tool to encourage his people back to Yavo, it did not seem to succeed. Instead, there seemed to be a newfound love for the cure itself, of the arts, of technology, of the further exploration of truths of the universe. In 2350, the Minor Guild of Miners, following the encouragement of Hemelin, announced their plans for a drastic improvement in mining methods and technologies. Hemelin left an upbeat but rather dazed culture to his successor when he passed away at the age of 342 in the year 2356. Congratulations. You did a good job. All right. Let's see. Footnotes. From the Healing of Denis, written by Manessa in 2292. Though others did not live through the illness, the healer records indicated 95% fatality rate once the disease reached its later stages. Wow. A drink was developed that prevented the body from contracting the illness when directly exposed. from the healing of Denis written about. Okay. As a result, the day became a day often chosen for marriage in later years, taken from the journal of King Hemlin, written directly before his death in 2356. Interesting. So why is there a blank book here? I don't know, but we'll move on. King Hanash. Hanash. Hanash? We'll settle on Hanash. King Hanash took the throne in 2533 at the age of 66. Hanash's first major accomplishment was the order of the construction of the new Guild of Miners facility. The construction marked the first use of extrusion in construction, and work begun in 2577 and finished in 2580. Marked a much faster and more efficient means of building. Hanash had been a member of the Guild of Stone Masons before his coronation, as such records point him to being extremely interested in mining and construction technologies that were being pursued, as well as Hanash was one of the strongest proponents in expansion with the cave system. Ah, the blank spots were the ones that written on the top. They had finished the final draft. Okay, that makes sense. They didn't finish a final draft. Gotcha. Though Hanash pushed for expansion was not met with much enthusiasm, at a time it set the foundation for a great expansion that would occur under the reign of his son Nidra, with the sculptor Lakir leading the charge. Hanash was apparently also very interested in pursuing better relationships with other cultures, often pushing for further interaction and increased trade. He not only opened up the rules on trade, but also pushed the cultural rules concerning the relationships of those of non-Denis blood. In 2709, 5 years after the death of his first wife, who died giving birth to his fourth son, Hanash remarried a woman of non-Denis blood. In fact, that the marriage was met with little opposition as a sign in itself of relaxing attitudes of people toward the outsiders. The effect of such actions upon a culture was grand. Foreign materials were used much more in construction, as well as clothing and jewelry and foreign music, and the art influence began to show itself in the Denis art of the day. It was apparently with some thankfulness that Hanash's second wife did not bear him a son. Though the culture had been relaxed, it was rather clear that the public did not want to even have to deal with the possibility of a non-Denis blood on the throne. In fact, the author went so far as to say, even had they bore a child, it would have made for a very uneasy public to have such a being living within the palace, perhaps taking the public's acceptance too far. Hanash died in 2779 at the age of 312, leaving his fourth son to rule. Footnotes. There had been strict regulations as to what point concerning imported goods and travel between ages. Up until that point, no one, most of all a king, dared to marry an outsider. Interesting set of precedents. From How They Came, a detailed look on what started in the Medes War, by Gemin, written in 7201. Alrighty. Whew. We're almost done. Nidra. Nidra took the throne in 2779 at the age of 75. Nidra had been a member of the Minor Guild of Sculptors and hey, did I read this book? Hold on. I'll read it anyways. Nieder had been a member of the minor guild of sculptors at the same time as a great sculptor Lakir, and as a result, the two were excellent friends. As Nieder took the throne, Lakir, who was 4 years his younger, was starting to be recognized. Those who had seen his work were already claiming him as one of the greatest artists in Denis had ever seen, even though most had never heard his name. Nieder had also been a proud supporter of the cave expansions, and once gained the throne, made it his mission to make sure that his peoples felt the same way. Nieder's 3 older brothers were very close to him, in fact, took on the role of his closest advisors. Each was a guild master with the oldest of the guild of miners, the second with the guild of stonemasons, and the third with the minor guild of architects. Because of their positions, each ended up having great effect on the accomplishments of Nierdra. Most of the evidence supports the fact that it was not Nierdre's persuasive speeches or motivational abilities alone that pushed the expansions, but also the fantastic skills and talent of Lakir. He only needed one chance to prove his skills to the public, and Nier gave him that opportunity in 2807. With the design of the monument to the discovery of the Book of Bireni, Bireni. After that, Lakir, along with Nierdra and his brothers, presented a plan for a new residential district. From that point forward, it seems as though expansion could have been stopped if someone had tried. Although the 221 years of Niirdra's reign, four new districts begun, including the residential of Jaren, the elite of the elite districts Kale, and the business districts of Kali, and the industrial district, managing the information and manufacturing of foreign goods, Nerirwil district. In 2916, the Guild of Mechanists announced the industrial extrusion, allowing for further improvements in construction methods, including unistructural buildings. Niedra passed away in the year 3000 at the age of 296. He had 2 daughters, but no sons of his own to give to the throne. Instead, he chose his oldest brother to succeed. From the Manjatariya by Kemal, written in 3243, instead of joining the blocks that had been used up until the point, the unistructural construction allowed for weaving of different stone like a sweater. Interesting. As one historian described it, making it appear as a single seamless piece of stone. It's a pretty cool technology. Sounds like 3D printing. King Rakiri. We're going to stick with King Rakiri. Rakiri took the throne in 3000 at the age of 81. In the same year of Rakiri's coronation ceremony, a man by the name of Tavar, I'm going to stick with Tavar, was born. Beginning in 3077, many say that he defined Rakiri's reign more than Rakiri himself. Tavar was an ardent follower of the great king and spent his entire growing up studying the king's teachings and words. By the time he was 65, he was apparently appalled at the state of his people, especially pertaining to the religious matters. Though he began on a small scale, in a matter of years, Tavar became one of the most influential men in Denis history. He was a powerful leader, a gifted speaker, and a tremendous motivator, and by 3077 a well-known name. It was 30 it was 3077 Tavir publicly denounced the sects of his people, including the government's lack of faith in the principles and laws of Yavo that were founded upon. He believed he often pointed that the council chamber had often government and other government structures that now covered the tomb of the great king as a symbol of what their hearts and souls of Jani had become. There were no long there was there is no longer there is no longer time for religion, as government and power have stolen our love. He he stated numerous times. Most of the public seemed to agree with Tavar, especially concerning the tomb of the great king and its covering. They believe that they should never have allowed it to happen, although not remembered as a great event in itself. The historians agree that credit should be given to Rakir's reaction to the teachings of Tavar. Rakiri at first was infuriated at Tavar's speeches and his apparent disapproval of the culture. In return, he denounced Tavar and his teachings, and even threatened to have him imprisoned. In 3081, Rakiri proposed attending one of Tavir's speeches in an effort to ridicule it, and given the other side to the public. Instead, he ended up in a public debate with Tavar. According to the witness, it was a debate that Tavar clearly won. Though Tavar handled the debate with the king as best as he could, it was at times his words were rather harsh, words to which the king had no response, and ended up bringing about quite a ridicule upon himself instead of Tavar. However, instead of ordering Tavar's death, which he probably should have done, he returned to his palace and thought about what he had heard. 5 days later, Rakiri personally invited Tavar to the palace, and later the same day announced that he had chosen Tavar as his main prophet. Wow, quite the turn. And asked forgiveness from his peoples for the wrongs, not only of himself but of his kings before him. Those who personally witnessed the speech of Rakiri left the event transformed, and it was not long after their personal transformations began to change the entire culture. Wow. By 3100, 600 years after the government records showed 2,500 registered sects, there were only 47 sects in existence. Only 10 of those sects memberships was greater than 500. The people seem to return again to beliefs their culture had been founded upon, those of Ranarif had thought and the great king had expanded upon. Excuse me. I'm going to take a drink. It's a nice place to pause. The people were again unified under much work as done to join the classes of the rich and the poor that by that time had already begun to separate. There was major renovation to the deteriorating districts, mostly poor, and the construction of a new theater company and concert hall in the Bellari district that had been one of the most poorer districts in the entire city. In 3112, Ricari announced with Tavar by his side plans of great renovations, an almost complete reconstruction of the great temple. Ricari also announced that the old line of the Great Zero was accurate and should be honored again. The temple itself was to take advantage of the handheld extruder technology, and that had been developed in 3092, as well as the great artist Fali, was to paint the inside of the temple. As it turned out, it was Fali's final masterpiece, uh, as he passed away in 3123, 6 months after the completion of the temple. For the remaining years of Rokhari's reign, expansion continued outside and inside of the cavern, new mining technology seemingly announced annually, bringing with it great prestige and the relatively new formed major guild of miners. Tavir passed away at a young age of 218 in 3218. Rakiri was so greatly disturbed by his passing that he ordered 5 days of national sadness. There were minor protests from a few of the still remaining sects who obviously did not follow the order, but for the most part didn't mourn Rakiri over the loss of the prophet. Rakiri died a year after Taver at the age of 300, leaving the throne to his firstborn Tajira. Let's see. From Yavo's voice, written by Adesh in 3143. Many witnesses' testimonies of the event are chronicled in Yavo voice. According to the prophetess Shama, Rakiri was greatly affected by the words. He refused to speak to anyone for 2 days following the debate. Wow. Although the women usually took the roles of prophets, the choice of Tavir was one that no one argued. Shama herself said to be thrilled that Tavir's wisdom was being sought. From Yavo's voice, written by Adesh in 3143, considered by most to be the greatest artist of Dini Renaissance. Okay. Cool. Well, that was a lot. Did I come from here? Yes, I did. See. Oh, there's more. This is like just one half of the door. Let me double check where I came from. Yeah, I came from over there. And then I started this way. First three books were missing. Okay. Holy moly. Wow. Revenge of the Writers. They really, 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 really wanted to say something. Only half done. Whew. All right, let's give it a go. Let's push on through. King Tajira took the throne in 3219 at the age of 114. Though his father was considered to be extremely decadent and an honorable man, not decadent, whoops, an extremely decent and honorable man, especially in his later years, Tajira did not follow in those footsteps. It is said that he was an intelligent man, but that he used his intelligence and cleverness for his own personal gain throughout his life. In fact, rumors say that Tajira succeeded rather well in convincing his own father that he was the perfect choice for the throne, when most believed that one of his two younger brothers would have done much more for his people than he ever did. If there was one thing that seemed to direct Tajira's reign, it was personal gain. He was known as a masterful pretender long after his death, while those who saw through his lies during his reign, there were few and far between. Due to Tajira's nature, there is not much good that could be said about his time in the throne. The palace underwent major renovations in 3271 and in 3279. The Writers' Guild presented Tajira with the king's age, one of the most beautiful, amazing ages that had been written up to that point. It was later discovered that Tajira, who ordered the age to be written by two writers, eventually died of mysterious illnesses after their work was done. Tajira married officially to one woman, although there were many rumors of multiple other companions. It is, as it turned out, Tajira was uh, also known within the inner circles to be an extremely jealous man, especially of his wife and the other women in his life. In 3285, Tajira's oldest brother was imprisoned for the creation of an illicit ages, a crime he vehemently denied to the time of his imprisonment. Tajira expressed at great sorrow at the sentencing, although it was later learned, well after Tajira's death, that the crime had been a setup as a punishment for Tajira had perceived as lustful looks from his brother. Interesting. In 3298, a guildmaster of the Guild of Miners was killed in a freak accident while inspecting one of the new tunnels. Again, it was later learned that Tajira had ordered the man killed due to a relationship he had many years earlier with one of Tajira's lovers, long before Tajira had met her. Though Tajira's reign was viewed as repulsive by most, it was important to note that the first time in their history the people of Dini remained strong and focused under the leadership of a poor king. The words and teachings of Tavir stayed in their hearts, and they focused on their personal lives as if they were pleasing to Yavo, more than their king. It was If there was anything good to be said of Tajira, it was that he did not destroy the fragile condition of his people. Religion was not important to him, thus, though he never did anything to encourage his people one way or another. He did nothing to prevent those who wished to believe in a certain way from doing so. Tajira died in 3422 at the age of 317 and left his throne to his third, quote-unquote, son. Though Tajira claimed that the boy was born of his wife, there was quite a few rumors that the boy was actually the first son of one of Tajira's many younger maidens. The rumor was never proven either way, as both his wife and the maiden passed away 2 years after the boy was born. Though officially Tajira had 3 sons, it was possible that he actually fathered 12 sons and 7 daughters, an exorbitant number for a Dini. Excerpted from the Grandmaster, footnotes, by the way, excerpted from the Grandmaster Gerons from one of the guild writers of Private Journal. From the Lost Son written by the prophetess Halise in 3422. Grandmaster Geron Private Journals. It should be also noted that most of these facts were not public information until long after Tajira's death. For the most part, Dini mostly honestly believed that Tajira had been a decent king. Wow. Though some began to judge the reign of Tajira's son, it was not until much later, when the truths were revealed to the public's opinion of Tajira truly changed. Interesting. Hindsight is often 20/20. King Ta'amel. King Ta'amel. King Tamil? Amil? Okay, we'll stick with King Tamil. Tamil took the throne in 3422 at the young age of 39. Like his father, Tamil's major concern was personal pleasure. Unlike his father, he seemed to not nearly be as clever at hiding his true intentions from his people. In spite of Tamil's inability to lead, a few worthwhile historical events were carried out during his reign. First was the construction of the Stone Eater in 3469, though Tamil really had nothing to do with the Guild of Miners' first colossal tunneling machine. He claimed quite a bit of the credit as its christening. Grandmaster Naaman of the Guild of Miners, who did spearhead the effort, was irate at the lack of mention of his own name during the speech and made his thoughts public in the days that followed. Like his father, Tamil carried out relations with quite a few different women besides his wife, Shama, who he married in 3477. Unlike his father, it was said that these women, including his wife, was much more easily persuaded him. Oh, okay. Public opinion clearly believed that Shama was a rather incredible woman. Why she stayed with him through his entire life, even though his well-publicized affairs was not as clear as some said she used Tamil and the marriage for her benefit, as she definitely had his ear. Interesting. Others said it was because she was a faithful follower to Yavo and believed that such a promise she had made to him was not meant to be broken. Regardless, it seems clear that Shama was an intelligent woman who, though it was never stated publicly, for all practical purposes held the throne from 3477 on. In 3500, women became eligible for minor guild education. Though there had been women participation in minor guilds before that point, actresses, etc., they had never been officially recognized as members of those guilds. Though there was a push to allow women to join major guilds as well as minor, Shama herself gave a strong case not to allow such an event to happen in 3523. She strongly disagreed with the women being in governmental positions, a seemingly iconic view, as she was basically king of Dini at the time of her speech. Regardless, she argued that women had much more important duties, including the guiding of children. The push the push for these allowances seemed to fade away in the years following her speech. In 3574, Shama gave birth to Tamil's first son, at least that the public knew of. For the remaining years of Tamil's reign, Shama focused on raising her son, from whom she vowed would not be the same kind of man as his father. A daughter was also born 30 years later. For a Dini person, having many children either requires an impressive love for lovemaking or deliberate strategizing of sex. Yeah, it sounds that way, especially gestation is a year in Earth years, 1 year in Earth years, and they only had like a very short window of fertility every some 80 days or something like that, according to the other notes. A daughter was born 30 years later, and Shama raised her with equal resolve. Again, though the people were not well led, they remained strong in their beliefs and purposes, somewhat ignoring the bad leadership of Tamil, and instead focusing on the high example of his wife. Conveniently, the Denis year is just the Earth year, as Denis is Earth, right? Yeah. Um, Tamil passed away from unknown disease in 3654 at the age of 271, giving the throne to his firstborn son. Footnotes written by the prophetess Ethasheba in private journals from Shama, written by Lalen in 3809, or 3890, excuse me. Shama's words were spoken to the council as they debated whether or not to allow women in the major guilds. From the last impact written by the grandson of Tavir Alim in 3576. Hmm. This reminds me of the stories of Lemuria, another underground people, and Mount Shasta. That those stories never really exceeded. They were very far and few between. Um, but the Lemurians in Mount Shasta was, I think, like an 1800s kind of story that picked up. Very interesting. Mm. Excuse me, I'm taking a little break, drinking some water, hydrating. Okay. King Kedri. Kedri took the throne in 3654 at the age of 80. Kedri himself was seen as many as a testament to the type of woman his mother had been. The woman his mother had been. The day of Kedri's coronation was the proudest moment of Shema's life, she often said, up until the day she passed in 3689. Whether or not they agreed with Kedri's decision, it seems most did. There was seemingly hardly a single Denis who did not greatly respect and care for Kedri. He was a king for a people, and most historians agree that he was the most popular king of Denis history, besides the Great King. Kedri led a number of small proposals that often benefited the lower classes, and at the same time, it seems he reassured the higher classes that the proposals were the right thing to do. Up until that point, the island had basically been set aside for the elite. It was Kedri who established a district of the Shamathen, later to be called Karathen, as a more affordable residential district. Kedri also donated his own Age of the Kings written during the reign of his grandfather to the Common Library. He directed money to the massive restoration projects throughout Denis, including the further additions to the Great Temple, the Opera House, and further renovations to Bellari. The deteriorating district the Ricari had started years earlier. In the numerous books and journals written about Kedri, it is said that he often walked the streets of Denis, attending events with the rest of his people as though he were one of them. He was married in 3686 at the public ceremony, at a public ceremony that was often open to all who wished to attend. As one writer said of the event, if you did not want to be there, you did not want to be Denis. Kedri eventually passed away in 3903 at the age of 329, leaving the throne to his firstborn son. Very short, very nice. Lemashal. King Lemashal. Lemashal took the throne in 3903 at the age of 100. Lemashal had been fairly involved in the minor guild of actors, although it was said that what especially interested Lemashal was illusion. Yes, I have been to the square. I have been there. I went there after the fact. I think I saw it. I don't know if that was the one that was mentioned that we first entered through to get to this age, but I imagine it was like the event, kind of like Woodstock or something. I don't know, or I don't know the marriage of Diana and Prince Charles. But yeah. Anyways, um, up until the point there had been a few different magic clubs. Magic. We're talking magic club. Oh, that's so hilarious. Was LaMarshall a nerd? A magic nerd? This delights me. Anyways, although nothing official. Yeah. Okay, cool. So in 3961, LaMarshall was quite a bit of trouble, forced the establish of the Minor Guild of Illusionists. It was not a guild that most found necessary, but LaMarshall argued that either was that neither was the guild of actors, painters, or musicians. It was entertainment, for which illusion was a valid form. Ironically, it was later discovered that the establishment of illusion of the guild was an illusion itself. Right. Um, while the guild debated, LaMarshall's establishment established an undercover intelligence force to keep track of the more dangerous factions and subgroups of Denis. So the Guild of Illusionists were basically the CIA of Denis. That'd be interesting. Spy group? Spy guild. The Guild of Spies. They were a highly secretive group of which the public had little or no knowledge until the years later. Guild of Secret Police. Oh, wow. That's even more dangerous because we all know what secret police do. Um let's see, where was I? They were a highly secretive group of which the public had little or no knowledge until years later. And so, with the confirmation of the Guild of Illusionists, the relay, the Reliema, literally translated the unseen, were also established. Okay. Reliema. Reliema. Okay. We're sticking with Reliema. Reliema. Though the previous few kings had been fairly focused on Denis and expanding their own culture and territory, Lamashal began. Lamashal again looked toward the outside cultures in a manner that had not been seen since Hanash. Uh, in 3975, he remarried as his first wife passed away at a young age to an outsider. Unlike Hanash, who also married outsider, Lanash and his new wife bore a son, his first, 20 years later in 3995, and another son in 4014. For it was the first time the Denis truly confronted with their views on the outside cultures, and the arguments were said to have started as soon as Lamash's son was born. As to whether or not he would be allowed to someday rule as king. Unfortunately, though Lamashal led quite a few efforts to supply better lives for other cultures, along with freer trade and sharing resources with other ages, the remaining years of his reign were dominated by whether or not his son would be allowed to reign. To Lamashal's credit, though he could have forced his will concerning his son upon the people, he never did. If his son were to eventually reign, he said, it would only be over the people who want him to. In 4030, the council decided that the king had to be of pure blood, Denis blood. Lamashal signed the decision into law the following year. When he died in 4083, he left the throne to the youngest child of his cousin, whose mother had been the younger sister of his father, Kedri. Taken from the speech from the council arguing the establishment of the guild, the marshal did not agree to the council approval to establish the guild, although many of the kings preferred council approval. Hmm. It was later Le Marshal's. Um, it was said that later that Le Marshal purposely wanted the debates to take place as a distraction. Okay. Ishek. Thank you for an easy name. King Ishak. Ishak took the throne in 4083 at the age of 85. His grandmother had been Shama, and of Ishak. And of Ishak, it was often said that he ran his throne almost exactly like his uncle Kedri had. He was another of the people's kings, and refused to separate himself from his people or the view of himself as a higher level than those he served. It seems a king with such an attitude was hard not to like, and his popularity was close to that of Kedri's. Like Le Marshal, he focused on the involvement of non-Dini and their importance to Dini culture and the expansion. His powerful worlds of equality between the Dini and the non-Dini were truly put to test in 4103. Ishak and his wife had been touring a food facility run by natives in the age of Yamas. As it turns out, the party was ambushed and Ishak's wife was taken by a group of natives who managed, using Dini linking books, to easily escape before Ishak and his guards could react. As words leaked out to the event, the words animals, uncivilized, and primitive were used to describe those of the other worlds in a way that had not been used since the Pento War. Ishak fought the people's new perception and argued that not all outside cultures should be judged on a few radicals. His words, however, were seen as empty by much of the public as he waited for word on his wife. Word finally came. Yamas wanted their own words to rule, but as they were felt, the Yamas wanted their own worlds to rule as they felt Dani ruled them. They had specific demands for the kinds of worlds, many of which were impossible. They had no concept of art or of writing. Unless they were given the 3 worlds that they demanded, Ishak's wife would be executed. Many viewed Ishak as a faithful study of history, and in particular the Pento War. Because of his knowledge of history and his belief in the integrity of the Yamas, he was fairly convinced that it was not the Yamas who wanted the books, but some small faction of Dani who was directing them. Rumors say that he was even fairly convinced of the particular faction that was doing it. As was the case of the Pento War, it had not been the Pento who were to blame, but the judges, who had wrongly sought power. Given the Ishak's apparent distrust within some of his own people, more than those who were not Dani, he had been a strong supporter of the Relima. As it turned out, it was their information that saved him. Okay. He used the secret police to find out who was colluding with the people of Yima. Okay. I think I get it now. There were a number of groups who felt as though the Dani should be completely sealed off from the other cultures. One in particular had been especially vocal in their opinions, especially while Ishak's wife had been held captive. Using the tragedy to further their own cause, it was to this group Ishak apparently directed the Relima, ordering them to uncover any information that they could. 3 days later, Ishak sent out word that he had no intention of giving the Yimas the worlds they had asked for. Hours later, the Relyima informants followed 2 members of the faction Ishak had suspected of to an illegal age where his wife was imprisoned. Once the public had received word that it had once again been their own people directing the operation, records indicate that they were greatly dismayed. Plans were uncovered that indicated that the faction was to kill his wife no matter whether the ages were given or not. To prove further that outsiders could not be trusted. In fact, it seems as though the public was quickly learning that it was their own blood who could not be trusted. Renaraf and the great king had often said it was a great power that they had been entrusted with. It was our own hearts that must be watched, a temptation too great to be resisted without the strict rules or willing hearts. As a result, there was a great push for more stricter guidelines for interaction with other ages, as well as rules for ages themselves. They sought the rules not because their own cultures were savages, but because their own culture could not be trusted to deal with them honorably. Ishak passed away in 4291 at the age of 293, leaving the debates to his firstborn son. Footnotes taken from the Guild City of Records, taken from the transcripts of the Guildmaster Jacquin's of the Guild Writers' speech to Ishak. Depending on the sources, 2 different groups were credited with the kidnapping. The Realma records indicate that it was a group known as the Blood of Yavo. Other records indicate it was a group known as the Light of Denis. Taken from the book One of the Great King, and from how they came, a detailed look at what they started Dimas War by Gemin, written in 7201. Okay. Strong factions. Separatists? Unitists? Oh, it's a long name. Loshemanesh. King Loshemanesh. Okay. Loshemanesh. We're going to stick with Loshemanesh. Loshemanesh took the throne in 4291 at the age of 123. Though Lomenesh's reign was relatively short, it is believed that he made the most years he was given. Lomenesh had seen firsthand the effects of too much interaction with other cultures, and because of that held firmly to his views, disagreeing with that was becoming a majority of view in Denis. He pointed out his father had also had that before the Penta War, the strict regulations had existed on interaction with other cultures, and it was nothing to stop the judges from their own writings. Lomenesh himself stated, "Those who wish to take advantage of outside ages and peoples cannot be stopped. Thus first must be listened to within Denis, not forced to take such extreme measures. When extreme measures are taken, the consequences must be increased." Interesting. In 4305, law was passed stating that the creation or trading of illicit ages was punishable by permanent imprisonment on solitary prison ages. A fate that said some was worse than death. In 4307, Lomenesh passed barely another law stating that any Denis who coerced an outsider to commit a crime, no matter what the crime, was also punished by a permanent imprisonment. While the laws passed, Lomenesh encouraged further interaction with other cultures. while continuing to argue the interaction itself was not the problem. However, it seems though many failed to see his stance and still punished for stricter measures on the Guild of Writers and complete sealing off of any interaction with outsiders. In 4334, the age of Tresses, a major mining age, was halfway destroyed because of a mistake a native running Denis machines had been established there. Families were forced to evacuate, and one particular odd case, supposedly a child was born while the mother had been linking from Tresses back to Denis. Regardless, the destruction of the age was another cause of argument for those who wished to seal themselves off, and a case for Lomanesh argued could have happened regardless who was running the machine. Okay, what kind of machine could destroy an age? I am curious. Sadly, in 4438, Lomanesh was assassinated by the same faction who kidnapped his mother years earlier, making his life an example of what he had often preached. It was the Denis who had changed. If they had not, he had argued problems would always exist whether or not outsiders were involved. He left the throne to the first son of his younger brother, as he had no children of his own. Footnotes taken from the public speech explaining his signing of the laws. Okay. King G. Oh, thank God for a small name. G. G took the throne in 4438, a very young age of 36. The combination of what apparently the combination of an apparently immature and weak king, along with a tension that was growing within the Denis over the outsiders and religious principles, went down in history as a bad one. At the start of his reign, government records say G was overtaken with his new palace life and the luxuries that afforded him. He seemed to be much more concerned with what kind of food he would be served for breakfast than whether or not the Denis should pull back all of its people who were living in outside ages, as some were suggesting, wrote an anonymous author. Because of his apparent lack of concern over the real issues, it was the Grand Masters who quickly became one of the most frustrated with G. It was said that by a few Grand Masters in private journals that G would wholeheartedly agree with them while they presented their strategies and plans, and then agree with their challengers an hour later. The indecision by G made for little evidence of progress and complete frustration for most Denis. For the first time in many years, the signs of division began to appear, as during the 2500s, the once unified religious beliefs showed signs of splitting. The once unified classes began to separate into rich and poor, and the once confident rulers of worlds began to wonder whether they could rule even themselves. Adding to the confusion, there were the words of the Watcher. The Watcher, as he had come to be called. He was a child who had been born between ages, and now the rumors said that the ability to see beyond time, past, present, and future. In 4500, he wrote The Words, a 625-line volume describing his visions of Denis. Much of the book dealt with the great destruction of Denis that would one day occur and the signs that would come with that destruction. Many claim that the book was seizing upon the chaos of the day and dismayed dismissed it as rubbish, while others seemed to be rather intrigued. Also in 4500, the guildmaster Kenneth of the Guild of Legislators brought forth a proposal that would allow the use of private education separate from the guilds. Although many seemed frightened of this idea, as education and the guilds has always been thought of as inseparable. The proposal eventually passed by with a slim margin. G seemingly had little to say on the proposal one way or another. G married in 4502 to Mylene, a woman who had been married 3 previous times. It was G's first, and the prophetess advising him spoken strongly against it. Their marriage lasted 25 years before ending, marked the first time any king had divorced one of his wives. G remarried in 4568 to a woman 100 years younger, something culturally expected. It was the rumors that she was the daughter of the Watcher, and that created problems. She denied the claim, but did show quite a bit of interest in the writings and convinced G to do the same. The marriage lasted until 4645, when G's wife vanished. Some said outsiders had taken her, since nothing had been resolved concerning them. Others said G murdered her, and the others said that she had returned to her father, the Watcher, even though the Watcher died in 4606. G's final wife was one of his own prophetesses he had sought for advice, making another first for a king. The two were married until G's death, 4692, and he left the throne to the third son of his close friend. He was 290 years old. To sum up G's reigns, one author wrote, There was a collective sigh of relief throughout the cavern on the day that he finally left us. Wow. Footnotes. As spoken by Kenneth during the debates in 4500, it seems private education never really received near the admiration and respect of the public, and thus never truly succeeded. Common among those who still wanting a more strict guidelines pertaining to the outside involvement. Once G's gardeners claimed he witnessed a murder with his own eyes. Interesting. Even though the Watcher was believed to have died in 4606, there was numerous rumors of people claiming to have seen him talk to him. They taken from a recently discovered manuscript that was never published. Interesting. Yebletian. King Yebletian. It's different writing. King Yebletian took the throne in 43 at the age of 109. Though most commentaries say that he held to some beliefs as his father, it seems that he was not as nearly as strong as thus, did not carry out the same level of respect that his father had. A violent character trait that some of more violent factions preyed upon. Oh, whoops, sorry. A character trait that some more violent... Sorry. Woo. Too much reading, my lines are getting crossed. A character trait that some of more violent factions preyed upon. There we go. Timoth had managed to refocus the Dani to a large part. However, few factions still desired to make their case, or were able to make Yebletian's reign an unpleasant one. In 4865, the blood of Yavo kidnapped Yebletian's first son from the Guild of Chemists. In a letter, the faction stated that they would kill the king's son if one of their own leaders was not released. Yebletian ordered the Relima to find his son, but they were apparently unable to do so. Later, it was discovered that the key member of Relima had joined the blood of Yavo and was aiding them. Feeling forced, Yablitian gave into the demands and released the prisoner they had asked for. The body of his son apparently on the steps of his palace appeared on the steps of the palace a few days later. The death of Yablitian's son, along with the newfound evidences of a mole within the Relema, further separated the Denis into two sides. Those who remember the blue books on the Rialto, those are lines written translation by the Watcher. Ah, okay, cool. Neat. I did not know that. Okay, cool. Good to know. Those who wished to end outside intervention were becoming stronger, publicly raising their cause almost daily. Those who followed the majority were growing angrier and less tolerable of those who did not. As a result, there was little doubt that there were very few Denis left who fell into the middle ground. There were even less, including Yablitian, who could bridge the two sides. Yablitian, in an apparent attempt to divert his people's attention from the brewing wars, decided in 4889 to announce remodels for all the 18 major guilds. It was the first of its kind since Denis had been founded, warmly embraced by the guilds. Under the announcement, Yablitian changed some of the original restrictions Renera offering the guilds more liberty in the structures they could build. In 4901, Yablitian started his plans for a new common library located within the Vaman district of Denis, a middle-class district. In 4910, he announced plans for a new park to be built of Neref Island. In 4914, 3 new recreational ages were placed in the park as gifts from the Guild of Writers in order to celebrate the completion of their new guild. The diversions seemed to do their job until 4954, when an explosion occurred in the age of Menace, killing 400 outsiders and 78 Denis. It was apparently the result of bad combination of gases. One the Denis had brought with them, and the other already in existence of Menace. Another push was begun to seal themselves away from outside influence. The Relima, who were usually counted on in these situations, apparently had no information as to the facts of the explosion. They were still apparently in the midst of their own chaos trying to discover the mole. There were some who thought the explosion had been a setup, but it could not be proven. In 5043, Yablitian placed a man by the name of Farish in charge of the Guild of Illusionists. It was his first mission, as ordered by Yablitian himself, to find whoever was destroying the Remima's ability to gain knowledge. Though most believe that Farish had been more interested in actual illusion than the unseen, he was also known as an extremely intelligent man, immediately put into action the plan to clean up the Relima. He also began construction of a house on one of the private islands of the cavern, blatantly demonstrating his love for illusions. Yablitian died in 581 at the age of 347 and never had any other children after his son was killed after the and left the throne to his younger brother-in-law, his his younger sister's husband. Okay. Footnotes: Goshen had been imprisoned in a prison book 50 years earlier by Demoth. From How They Came, detailed look on what started in the Midas War by Gemin, written in 7201. Minas was a well-known for its production and mining machinery. From Revealing the Unseen by Bar Shen in 5999. Okay. King Amen. King Amen. King Amen took the throne in 5081 at the age of 150. 2 years after his coronation, two members of the Relima mysteriously disappeared and were never seen again. Faresh became a silent hero in the key members of the government, and the factions were again quieted. Knowing that they were being watched, key members of the government were often seen at parties taking place in Farish's mansion, and rumors of puzzle rooms and secret halls grew out through the city. The house itself, located in Katha Island, was becoming one of the most talked about buildings in the entire cavern. In 5093, two members of the cult, known as the One of Denis, were proven guilty for the explosion that occurred years earlier on Menas. Both were permanently imprisoned. At the time, Emin, along with a guild of carters, announced that the completion of the new food ages, one of which was solely run by outsiders, and produced new food sources that had never been tasted in Denis before. The popularity of Farish Mansion caused others, mainly the elite, to request permission to build on many islands that surrounded the city proper. In 1595, Emin decided to sell many of the islands that up to that point had been government property. Records indicate the sale of over 23 islands in 1 year to private citizens who could afford their heavy price tag. In 5102, disaster hit the family of Farish in the mysterious death of his daughter. Official city guards records said she awoke in the middle of the night, claiming to see spirits jumping, and jumped from her bedroom window on to her death. Rumors abounded as to the true cause. Some thought the house was haunted, while others, mainly government, thought that she might have been the target of factions. Perhaps the most damaging rumors dealt with the Watcher in the words he had described similar events taking place. As such public event caused many to begin to study his words again. It was the beginning of a philosophical chaos again. Farish left the house a year later after the death of his daughter, claiming to be able to live with the memories of his daughter. The house was given completely, although no one knew it at the time, to the Relema. Rumors of dark shadows in windows and boats silently rowing toward the island fueled the idea that the house was haunted. Let's see. It appears that after the Riema controlled the house, Emin himself often made visits, recommending the numerous renovations, tunnels, etc., that he thought would aid them in their cause. In 5202, the public ferry system was approved by Emin, offering much more frequent access between the islands. I hear the House of Illusion was in concept art stages before it was canceled. So that would have been really cool, the House of Illusions. I mean, like, I don't know what they could have come up with, but having like secret doors, passages, and strange illusions, trickery, etc. That would have been cool. Oh. One of those islands Emin gave to the Minor Guild of Artists, Musicians, and Actors, who turned it into a cultural center. In later years, the center often hosted outside concerts, plays, etc. on the water. 4 years before Emin's death, the Guild of Stonemasons announced the Dinerethin. Oh God, okay. Dinereth. Derethni. We're going to settle on Derethni. Stonemasons announced Derethni, the substance that had been produced in the laboratory for the first time, was the start of much improved construction techniques. Emin died in 5240 at the age of 309, leaving the throne to his firstborn son. Okay. Let's see. This was not... Okay, footnotes. This was not public information in around 6000. However, discovery of the moles was well known in the highest circles of the government. From Haunted by Her Cries. It sounds like a book or something, or an article. Shamas and Heras became known largely for their fruits and vegetables that naturally grew on each of them. From Haunted by Her Cries, written by Haghen in 5120. Direnthane. All right. Direthany. Thany. Hear me murder. Denny names. Direthany. Words numerous references to dreams, mourning, and the streets, many of which described death. Refreshed daughter. Direthany is a lightweight stone which proved extremely strong. De-re? Not D. Oh. D. Okay. Direthany. De. Short E, not long E. Closer to durable. Direthany. All right. Direthany. Too funny. I'm amused. All right. Adesh. King Adesh. Adesh took the throne in 5549 at the age of 49. Though Adesh was young, it could also be said he was mature for his age and took quite a bit of advice from the prophetess Tisari, who had also served his uncle. Adesh was apparently a religious man, but not especially accepting man. The prophet Gish arrived on the scene at 5574 and began preaching, similar to what Tavar had done years earlier. Unlike Tavar, Gish praised the words of Yahweh, but nothing else. The great king, he said, was a farce, and as was Tavar. He denounced his people for claiming Tagan, for claiming that Tagan was more important than following Yahweh's commands. He declared that Tavar and the great king had used Tagan as an excuse to do what they wanted, and it was time to focus on Yahweh's commands again. One of these, excuse me, I have to take a drink. Trying not to cough. Okay, where was I? One of these, he added, was no interaction with the outsiders. Though Gesh was not the first to say such things, for some reason the public came in droves to listen to him, making him an extremely popular figure. Adesh denounced Gish's words at every level and arrested him on numerous times, and by such actions only encouraged Gish, arguably making his impact upon society even larger than what otherwise should have been. Gish continued his preaching until apparently, in an apparent fit of rage, Adesh ordered the Relima to kill him. Excuse me. Trying not to cough. This is a lot of reading, so. Okay. All right. It was later said that the decision was most likely the worst of his reign. Relima succeeded in their mission in 5675. There was an extreme outrage at the king as well as the official church. Exactly as Gish had taught, Adesh had justified killing a man strictly against the laws of Yavo because he felt that there was something more important than that was justified because of the Tagan. Gish became a martyr to those who followed him, and those who followed him increased. Adesh made attempts to draw his people back, but it was too late. There were apparently very few people, even the following archers, followers of the great king, who would agree with his decision. In fact, it was rumored that one of the Adesh's close advisors, who killed him in 5701 at the young age of 201, the throne was left to his firstborn, Lanaran. The word literally means to love with the mind. Love with the mind, implying having a close personal relationship of another person, of the other person, or certainly in certain cases, case Yavo. It had been taught in order to gain access to the perfect age. Yavo only required such a relationship and nothing else. From Yavo alone, written by Gish. Taken from the private journals of the Tassari. Many think, in fact, it was Tassari who convinced Adesh to make the order. The followers, written by Manesh. Lanaran. A little bit easier. Lanaran took the throne in 5701 at the age of 98. Lanaran had not been close to his father, and as a result was not much like him. It was rumored that it was because Lanaran and Adesh's own advisor had killed Adesh. He knew Lanaran would give the people what they wanted. Lanaran immediately denounced the actions of his father in killing Gish and informed the public of the existence of the Relima, their involvement in the death of Gish, and promised to rid of them from all government activities. The announcement was a shock to the public and a huge blow to those who had served the Relima. The most ended up living in hidden private ages, while a few were murdered after their years of service of the government. Though the loss of the Relima again gave the factions hope that they would be able to carry out their demonstrations again. However, the Lanaran also promised to rid the outsider involvement, meaning the factions had no need for such acts. It's believed that the promise was not one Lanaran necessarily meant to keep, but instead but instead one he intended to pretend he was trying to meet to keep the factions happy. It was also believed that wholeheartedly in the plan to build a tunnel to the island and was able to push through it in 5714, as Memnon had not been able to. The Stone Tooth was busy digging. Lanaran promised that its next task would be to continue the expansion of the Ashemen district, with eventual plans to create new residential and cultural districts. Expansion. Lanaran also ordered the major guilds to begin the work on replacing all the ages that required outsider involvement. He demanded ages that would carry out the same tasks but without outsider involvement. Most guild masters knew that the plan would take years and years, and though they did not agree with it, they agreed to attempt it. In 5721, new techniques were developed to incorporate structural reinforcement in extrusion-based construction. Some would aid construction in the districts of Lanaran and had promised. In 5734, the tunnel connecting the island with the city proper was cancelled. The Sawtooth had been working on it for over 20 years, but the guildmasters who were already required by Lanaran to replace a huge number of ages. They were not able to connect their homes to the island with the city proper. Lanaran agreed, and there were further concerns that such construction would affect the lake level or even algae within the lake. Instead, Stone Tooth was ordered to begin clearing out more space next to the Ashemen district. In 5856, construction was begun on the new Lanaran district. Stone Tooth was ordered to begin further exploration of the cavern by way of the new tunnels. In 5902, the guilds announced four new ages to replace some of those being used by outsiders. The announcement meant little except to have the factions believe that eventually outsider involvement would be finished. In 5903 marked the first inhabitants of the Lanaran district, mostly manual laborers who worked in the adjoining Ashemen. The Relema were officially finished their work in 5986. The announcement was fairly quiet. Most of their work ceased long before that. In 5999, Lanaran passed away at a very old age of 396. He left the throne to his fifth and youngest son. Footnotes from the revealing of the Essene, written by Basharan in 5999. From the private journals of the Grand Master of Keeman and the Guild of Legislators. From the Lost Tunnel, written by Lashem in 6034. The environmental damage claimed by Lasharan and Denis environmentalists was never proven. Most agree it was just an easy way for Lanaran, who did not want to have to admit that he was bullied by the Grand Masters who lived on the island. Interesting. 3 of the ages were food ages, while the fourth was meant to replace one of the major manufacturing ages. In reality, none of them were ever used to the extent of the ages that were replacing had been used. Okay. They were just token ages. King Jaron. King Jaron took the throne in 6284 at the age of 83. He was apparently much like his father, more interested in keeping everyone happy than declaring the side of the debates concerning philosophy advancement or outsider involvement, right or wrong. As a result, though the people were satisfied, there was further division among them. The elite and the poor became more divided though there was quite a bit of new construction and renovation and in both of the elite and the poor districts. There was nothing done to join the two. For some reason, Jaron was obsessed with expansion and the expansion of the cavern. There were rumors of accession stemmed from the Watcher prophecies. One in particular stated because the tunnels of Denis had changed forever. Jaron had never said that what drove him, but the thought of throughout his reigns he pushed the guild of miners, machinists, engineers, and surveyors to work together to create new drills and machinery. He had great plans to widen the Rudena Passage, which when opened would allow for further expansion. In 6430, the announcement came. Rockbiter and the Burrow were both christened in a great ceremony and immediately put to work. Stone Tooth and Stone Eater were used for further city expansion. The once violent factions that had existed were, for the most part, dissolving. Many of their members seemingly began to call themselves followers of Yavo, as Gish had been. And though they had not supported the outside involvement, they believed they believed it was best to obey Yavo and hope for a peaceful solution. Though Jaron carried out a few meetings with the faction, it was disillusioned. The dissolution of the factions had little to do with his policies or leadership. Regardless, he was able to focus on mining efforts without consequences. It was a luxury for the previous kings had not been afforded, and the main reason for some of the greater expansions in Denis had begun under Jaron. Jaron himself had died in 6498 at the age of 297. Though he had seen the completion of the expansion of Rudena Passage, he never saw the new areas to which the passage led. He left the throne to his third son. All right. Oh, look, I think this is the final book. Oh my God. How many hours have been this? Almost 3 hours of reading. Oh my God. I wish I was a better reader. I'll get better after this, that's for sure. King Rakuth. King Rakuth. Rakuth took the throne in 6498 at the age of 56. Though young, he had 2 older brothers and a sister with whom it is said he often consulted. They each understood the logic of giving the throne to the younger son. It guaranteed more time in the throne for the individual, and looked well with their younger brother, as no other family had done previously. Rakuth's first major decision came in 6510, when the new cavern was founded by expeditions led by Rockbiter and the Burrower. There were calls to the expanded city, but Rakuth was apparently unconvinced that it was a smart plan. His older brother, who happened to be guildmaster of the Guild of Surveyors, agreed to study the cavern extensively, and Rakuth promised to make a decision upon reading the results of the study. In the meantime, Rakuth married in 6556 to a woman named Hisha. Her father, the Grand Master of the Guild of Chemists, and a strong believer of Gish and the fallacy of the Great King. Though Hisha had some influence of Rakuth, he had continued the tradition of his father, never publicly stating his views on philosophy. However, she had much more influence on her 3 sons that would eventually they eventually have together, including the youngest Karath. It was her influence that would change Denis forever. In 6601, extremely detailed reports of structural analysis, water supply, rock type, etc., came back informing Recruit that though the newly discovered cavern was inhabitable, it would be very expensive to build in. Recruit made a decision after conferring with his advisors that Stonetooth, along with the new rock biter, should begin digging out more of the city proper into the cave wall for expansion, while Burrow and Stoneater would continue to tunnel past the cavern. In 6676, Recruit met with leaders to discuss the involvement of outsiders. Though there had been no major incidents for hundreds of years, it, it was still an issue to be discussed. In the meetings, it became apparent that through Recruit understood the reasons for wishing to close down interactions with outsiders, it was a ridiculous thought. The contribution to the Denis culture, art, construction, technology, and resources was immeasurable. Unless there were grand reasons not to. There was no way that he argued that he would ever force strict resolutions regarding the outsiders. In his older years, it appeared, though, Recruit had become tired of Hesha and her views and opinions. She was expelled from the palace along with Karath in 6700. There, it was known that Karath was a model of his mother's, though mother's thoughts, and Recruit could hardly stand him. Though Recruit had chosen an older brother Karath to be king, his thoughts were changed, as legends told Recruit was his own Recruit was on his own deathbed, staring out toward the ark, and saw his son, Kara, sailing through it. He was riding in a boat in the shape of a massive lizard, standing proudly on the prow, and had come home to announce the death of his mother. As he sailed through the arch, Recruit apparently felt the hand of Yavo directing him to make Karath the next king of Denis, and by the end of Recruit's reign, the king was larger than the city was larger than ever, the classes more divided than ever, the religious beliefs were as divided as ever. And though there were not any large variety of beliefs, there were no majority of people who believed in one thing. Recruit passed away in 6731 at the age of 289, leaving the throne to his third son, Karath. He left him a city that was larger than it had been and unfairly divided in its views of the future. Years later, it would be a forceful argument for the council ruling, the last king by Yemis, how they came, and then the last king. Okay, cool. Oh, we're done. Booyah! Thank you for joining me on that humongous deep dive of lore. Holy mackerel. I do need to get a drink of water. I'm out. So I'll be right back. I'll leave you with this sort of view. I'll be right back. of what we accomplished. Back. Thank you for waiting. Kareth was the last king after the time of kings. That would be 15 years of oligarchy before the fall. Okay, cool. Wow, oh, wow. Okay, so let's try to discover the rest of this place. What do we got? So, this looks like the other end of the hall. This is a big giant door. Nothing there. Hmm. It's an interesting symbol. Is that the ferry? I think we've kind of been here before. We were teleported to that balcony over here. And then we saw this sort of area. Okay. This is the bridge that's collapsed. Looks like there's a makeshift bridge that we could cross if we want to. And then like lake. Hmm. This is new. I've never been here before. Or at least none that I remember. What is this? Ah, okay. Ah. Just a bit curious. Gonna skirt kind of the outside. That's kind of pretty. Oh, there's I think the ferry terminal over there on the other side. Ferry terminal, lake, island, maybe? Ooh, get stuck on rocks. Ah, look, there's a Nexus terminal, I think they're called. Nexus terminal. Oop. Are there any books in here? No. We'll go up here. Through there. These doors down here. Cool. They open for us. Excellent. More books. Oh, goody. M'Emnem's story. Hey, it's Nick again. I recognize this handwriting anywhere. The story of M'Emnem, taken from book 210. Translation Nick, first draft. And a dark sickness spread through the city, and sores broke out on the skin of those who the sick touched. Might be better translated infected, but touched fits with the literal style. And some began to die, the sickness from the Yesef, where the large trees grew and where the wood of Yemen was harvested. It was there, was as it was there, was great fear in the houses of all those who lived with Yemen, though close to them, and so great fear spread through the king's household, and through all those who worked in the halls of the guilds, and those who looked over the city. Such fear overcame the minds of the reason, and began to flee the city and run to the other places that were available to them. But King M'Emnem was angry, and those who ran and was himself unafraid, literally, not of fear. And so he called the healer, Grandmaster Shemef, who came to his room and thought Shemef was preparing to flee, and he obeyed his king and came to him quickly. Grandmaster Shemef, the king has asked the healer, have you not read the histories of our people? Have you not been instructed in the ways of those who led your guild in generations before you? Are you not aware of the plague of this place has already seen? My king, it is for these reasons I am prepared to flee, for I know those who died and those who are unable to prevent it from taking hold of them. I know that of this plague in detail. And the king answered, depart. I have no time for you, Shemef. Depart to your own age, and do not return to this place again. It may be that my eyes never look upon your face again. And Shemef departed, the king of M'Emnem, and he never saw him again. And King M'Emnem called the guild master Enem of the Guild of Healers, and thought Emnem was preparing to flee. He obeyed his king and came quickly. Guildmaster Enem, the king has asked for his healer. Have you too not read the histories of our people? Have you not heard the ways of those who led your guild 3,000 years ago? My king, of course. It is for these reasons that I know many happen to our people, that I know what may happen to our people. It is for that reason I must protect ourselves first, so that we may protect those who trust us for protection. It is not how I would have thought to part with your master, and may I never see you again, King M'Emnem ordered, and King M'Emnem called for the guildmaster Rahman of the Guild of Healers, and thought Rahman was preparing to flee. He obeyed his king and came to him quickly. Guildmaster Rahman, the king asked his healer, tell me that you have read the histories of our people and have been instructed in the ways of your guild. Tell me you have heard the destruction of the sickness that overcome our people 3,000 years ago. Of course, my king. For this reason that we must bring the ancient books to the other age, so that we may study our records and learn of the ways that we must fight. But to stay here would be suicide. It is as I would have thought. Depart with your master, and may you never see the light of the lake again, King Meemnem ordered. And the King Meemnem was greatly disturbed and troubled, and he stayed in his room for 4 nights. His servants brought him food for him, but he refused to eat, and his servants brought advisers, but he refused to speak. And all those around him became worried even more of the city, as more of the city became empty. This is the public library. So much lore, so little time. And eventually, the king Meemnem called the guild captain Aram of the Guild of Healers, and the Aram studying the guild, uh, and he obeyed his king and came to him quickly. The guild captain Aram, the king asked for this healer, and he tell me that you have read the histories of our people and have been instructed in the ways of your guild. Tell me that is not all of Denise running in fear and sickness so that can be defeated. Of course, my king. It is for this reason I have not left my class. Since I first heard of the sickness appearing in the district where the trees appear, I understand that our father, the honored guildmaster Jasem, worked for 6 years, even after the book of Bereni was found. He worked day and night and stood by our people as he sought to save them from the sickness and had even infected our king. It is for these reasons that I have not leave this place until the sickness is no longer in our city. Tell me wherever you need me, wherever you need it will be yours. You are the most honored in this palace today, and Denis will be saved because of you. King Memnon was filled with joy, and he ate from his food from his servants brought him, and spoke with his advisors who came to speak. As it was, Irem spent the day and night sleeping for 4 more days, and so on the 5th day the cure was found, and the sickness was deadly no more. King Meemnem gave the guild of healers to Irem, and he was known as Grand Master. From that day forward, Shenef and Rahman were restricted from the Guild of Healers, and never allowed to set inside of the palace or any of its king's dwellings and structures. And King Meemnem ordered the surveyor of a new section of the city to be called Newereli. God, I hate that name. No, Newereli. I give up. This section was to be away from the city so that the sickness brought from the other worlds were not brought to the heart of the city, but instead away from it so that fear would not spread again. And he ordered that story of the Grand Master Iram to be taught to all those who were instructed by the guild healers from that day forward, so none would forget the power of Denis and the great strength of their medicines and learning. Seems like a good place to stop in a few words that I weren't sure about, but overall I felt pretty good about this one. So this is a lot of books. Well, the ones if there were any here. So only 3. Should I go down? Or should I finish reading the books? So only 3. Or is there more? Kedri's story. The story of Kedri taken from book number 428. 42b? Translation Nick. First draft. Kedri loved his people, and the people of Denis loved their king. For Kedri did well in the eyes of Yavo, and sought to serve those who he led. In the 48th year of his reign, Kedri roamed the streets of Ayaguera and was greatly disturbed, for even though all people, rich and poor, love their king, Kedri saw that the entire island of Edri was filled with those who were prosperous and those who governed Denis. Where are my people? Kedri asked to those people who walked with him. All those around you, they answered, pointing to the crowds that followed them. Yet I do not see my people here. I see masters of the guild, and I see owners of our stores, but I do not see those who have no option to join our guilds. or those who have built stones? Where are my people on this island?" So the king called together the counselors and expressed his disappointments, and he ordered the new place isn't right, but I'm having trouble with this word. It's not the usual district word either, although it might be better translation, or home. Be built on the island so that the name of this place be Shamaneth. Shaman Shamathnan. Shamathnan? Shamathnan. He ordered that Shamathnan be made available to those who did not possess wealth and the structure of the elite, but those who were not so fortunate. Still, they were his people, and the area that was built, and Kedri was joyful to see the people live in such a place. Same word again. A short while later, after the area Shamathnan began to grow, Kedri was walking through the city, conversing with his people and telling them of his plans. And Kedri was led to the common library because he wanted to see the ages of that he heard his people talk of. And again the king was disturbed, and he asked his advisers, "Where are the books that the great Denis have written?" "All around you," they answered, pointing to the rows of books that lined the shelves. "Yet I do not see the ages of our people here. I see ages that resembled failed school assignments for those students of writers. I see ages that not even those students would visit, such less a king. So I would ask again, where are the great ages of Denis?" So the king returned to the palace and ordered the counselors to bring his most prized books, The Age of Kings, written during the reign of his grandfather, to the common library, so that the people of Denis might be able to see the skills of the writers, and even as he had seen them. And the people loved their king even more than they had before. So the king called his advisers and ordered them to add to the great temple so that Yavo might be pleased, and so all of Denis could visit their god. Really, it's a form of Yavo again. I thought God made much more sense though. In his house, just okay. In his house, just as those with money, uninherited kind of money, were allowed to do so. The king ordered them to add to the opera house so that all of Denis could hear the skills of songs of the people, just as those with money, unearned kind of money, were allowed to do. The king ordered them to add the district to Bellari, so that the area started by the king, Ricari, might not fall into the despair, but be treated as all those other areas of the city, that all of Denis might live in prosperity, just as those with money, both earned and inherited, were allowed to do. And all of the people of Denis grew to love their king even more than they had before. Some trouble spots here. Seems that there were a few different kinds of money words, and might need help with those, as well as the place thing. Interesting. Maertra story. Did we read that one already? No. No, different. Maerta. Oh, Maerta. Different person. The story of Maerta, taken from the book 28b, translation Nick, first draft. In the time of Maerta, the 196th age of the year of his reign, Jolatha, his mother, came to him in his bedroom. Now it was well known throughout the city that Maerta, his craving lust for women, and none knew this weakness. A weakness of choice is more literal. Okay. More than his own mother. So it was Jolathra, who brought with her a woman, Ramel, who worshipped the tree. Ramel's beauty was well known in Denis, especially among those who worshipped the tree, and especially those among the kings, plural, kings as is here, although I don't know why. Maybe implied that the whole king's palace history. Not sure. But as it was, through the king, though the king could have any object in Denis, Ramel had been held from him by his mother until now, and she offered her son Ramel in exchange for her own purposes. But what are your purposes? The king asked. Do you think of me so foolish to give you anything that you want for a mere woman? Of course not, my son. But as you know, you have watched Ramel from afar for many years. You have talked to your advisers and plotted the ways in which you could make her yours, but you have been unable even to look upon her so closely until this day that I have brought her to you. So do not think I am so foolish as to believe that this woman is a mere woman. You have spoken truthfully. In fact, as I gaze upon her now, I have never imagined her to be so beautiful. She is like a statue without flaw. But even so, do you think I would give you whatever you wish, even a mere woman such as this? Now Jolantha cunning question, and Maerta was eager for Ramel. And every day Jolantha brought the woman to the king's bedroom, and every day she offered her son the woman Ramel in exchange for her own purposes. And as the nights passed, Maerta became unsatisfied with those who were already his. He became spiteful of those who came to his bedroom for none compared to the woman Ramel from his mother continued to withhold from him, and finally could he resist his mother's arguments no longer, and Jolantha came to his bedroom with the woman Ramel, and the king Merta began to speak. The woman has ruined my life. There is none other like her in my ages, and you bring her to me to this room night after night. Those who I have found beautiful have faded in comparison to this one, and I no longer find pleasure in them. Therefore I am no longer satisfied with anything, and I will not be satisfied until this woman is mine. What is it that you ask me of? Whatever it is, I will give you. You have my word. Very well, my son, I will talk to you tomorrow. And Jolantha gave the woman Ramel of the worshippers of the tree to her son, and Ramel was King Martha's from that day forward. At the dawn of the next day, Jolantha came to Maerta while he was still sleeping and told him her purposes. The Guild of Writers has no longer their rules and their restrictions and their ancient oaths, but you realize, my son, that these words are now old and no longer the ways of our people. Renarif responsible for them, and they are like a collar around their necks, growing even tighter and preventing us from moving forward. It is time that they are freed. Even Maneras was disturbed, but there are none who would agree to this. The oath is as stone; it cannot be altered, for it has never been and never yet. Only do you ask me to change the oath, but contradict the things it says? And Jolantha grew angry. Are you so foolish? Do you think I asked to carry out the impossible? There is but only one thing that must be changed, one thing that will give us freedom. It is the Denis who have created the art as we know it, not Yavo. Thus, since it is true, it is us who can determine the rules of the art, not the ancient religious writings. They will view it as blasphemy, the king responded, but I will do as you say. And so the king and Merita spoke to the Guild of Writers His words were well crafted from his mother, and his arguments strong, for they too Jolotha gave him, and his effort was great, for there was no other woman besides Ramel, and it was that the woman he lived for. However, though many in the Guild of Writers there were easily convinced by the sharp words of the king, there was one who was not, Grandmaster Chemal. He was Grandmaster Tremal was old in age and wise beyond his years, and his decision was hard, like the word is certain, kind of stone that considered to be most hard and unmovable, and he would not be moved. Never will we change what Eilish has written in the oaths. Uh, Never will we change what we have spoken for the generations. Never will we allow a crack to be open in the great wall of our guild. For it is tyranny that you seek, but it is tyranny not the reason we exist. For Trammell could see the plans of Jolotha even in the words of the king, and Trammell knew that the ancient religious writings did not determine their fate. The hearts of men would rule, and there would be nothing to stop Jolotha from having her way. And so 3 days Trammell stood in the words of the king. For 3 days the king would return to his palace to receive new words of his mother. For 3 days the anger of Jolotha burned against Trammell and grew stronger. And so it was that on the 4th day that the king was no longer welcome to the guild, and Grandmaster Tremal was found hanged from a tree, his body covered in blood. Gnarly. The king was sad when he heard the news, for he held no bitterness in his heart toward Tremal. But when Jolotha heard this news, she was overjoyed, and ordered the king to the guild of the writers to change the oath and carry out her own purposes. But as it was, the death of Tremal had breathed boldness into the guild, and in unison they denounced the wicked evil that had killed their Grand Master, and vowed that the oaths of the guild would never be changed, and that there would be no more discussions. So Jolotha devised plans, for she knew that she could not change such determined, the same word as above, but hardened stone, guildsman. Okay. The king Merita lived with Ramel, as he was satisfied with all those who visited his room again. Even though he was filled with pleasure, Jolotha plotted evil, and the city in which he lived in grew weak, probably ready for a something. Dr. Watson to review. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Shall we go downstairs now? Less reading? So this is the public library. Yeah. Can't go any further. Can we go this way? Negative. We're done. Okay, this is where we came out of. So I guess we can go back through the causeway and then cross the bridge. That might be the last of the reading. It could be. I haven't got a clue beyond this point. That's a lot of lore. So much lore. I tried my best, despite my little I don't know what you call it. Strange reverse readings or... So much height. Been here before? I don't think so. So let's take this. Click. Can't go that way. Can we go down? Yes, we can. Down some more. Okay. So that's where we were before in one of the journal stones? Journey stones, I guess? I don't know what you call them. Can we go through here? No. Through here? No. Can we click on this? No. How about this? This looks like he needs power of some kind. Same thing with that. Can we go through here? No. Fake door? Perhaps. Can we go up here? Yes. Up, up. Ah, we're back here. This looks familiar. Let's take a look over here. See what's going on. Okay. Borrow stones. Okay, borrow. Can't go up that way. Ugh. We go down that way? Yes. I think we should go down this way. Ah, okay. This is where we couldn't go before because of these barricades. Boop. Alright. Because the rough stone are definitely not the Disney form of the art. They have, looks like they have their own method of linking to ages, or age, like, travel. Okay, let's see. Did we visit everybody place? 8. This is the library. We came from there. 7 is the concert hall. Cross and down. All right. 2. And we were at the ferry, so that's... We went down, we were blocked, and we came up that way. And then 6 is where we were before the palace. 5. Can we get to the guild hall from here? Or is the museum? I don't remember the museum. Ah, maybe that's why I don't remember the museum. Turned around. Oh yeah, I'm turned around. can't get to the guild hall. All right. Is this door open? Yes. I think I've been here before. Yes, I remember this. And we couldn't go down. That's one with the opening downward door. Okay. So I remember we couldn't get beyond there. Who's that? Oh, what's this? Did we... Oh, I think we had this one. There you go. Can't go over there. Links into the hermetically sealed viewing pods for seeing the ages safely. Ah, okay. Okay. Ah, okay. Cool. So, I think we've been everywhere. There should be 5? Hmm. Oh, that's King Kareth. Okay, cool. Okay, so let me think about this. Where else do we need to explore? Think about where to go next. Hmm. So, I'm tempted to go back through the Nexus and click on, not the Nexus, what do you call that? The kind of linking stone room. I guess that's what it's called. Yeah, I think so. I'm curious. want to make sure I see a list. So we've got the ferry terminal, the palace alcove, the concert hall, and the library courtyard and the alleyway. So there was one place that I'm seeing that I haven't seen at that 5-stone chamber that I was before. The linking stone. Oh, okay, all right, yeah. So I think I need to go back to Bevan, right? Yeah, and then. And then enter that room that I unlocked with the puzzle. Was that right? How did I get there before? No, it's the other... It's the other age. So... I think I have to go back to my Rialto. This, is that what you're talking about? Spy room? Hold on. It's one of these two ages. I'm gonna try this one. Kiriel, yeah. No, no, this is not it. I made a mistake. Let's see. Yeah, but is it up here? Oh, I could have gone through down the stairs, I guess. Sure. The scope, okay. Alright. Oh, okay, well, hold on. Oh, alright, okay. Sorry about that. It might be a little bit, lagged. Right. No, wrong book. This one. That's Phil's Rialto. This is that's where we went before. So we have to go to Phil's Rialto and then we can get to Kevin? Right, yeah. Okay, this is the one. There we go. Let's see where I've been. Book. is. The borrow stones. So wait, which one is the borrow that we need to go through? This might be Toka Alley. Oh. Oh, maybe the Texas terminal. But I haven't... Should I look for a Nexus terminal here? And register that first? Let me do that. Because I don't think I actually found a Nexus terminal, right? Yeah, I think you're right. Was it down here? It's up here? Oh, okay. Ah, here it is. Should have just gone the other way. I just took the long way around. Too funny. Okay. Which one is... See, I remember going into this one. And so that means... Double check this way. No, that's not it. This is it. This looks different. Ah, okay. This is different. I don't remember this. Now that you have a fast way back, you might as well touch all of these and it will add you to the link shell. Okay. Alright. Let's... So we... That doesn't look right. There is no Nexus here. Does this go back? This goes to the Nexus. Alright. Gotcha. And we want them added to the book. There's Kirel. Just a bit of cleanup work. think that's the last of them. Let's double check. Go in. Okay. Doesn't repeat. This is where we want to go. The Great Zero. All right, this is where I'm going to stop because I need to have lunch. But for everyone that joined me through that great, humongous lore dump, thank you for joining me. I that was a lot of reading, but I enjoyed myself thoroughly. So, um, I will probably continue tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1300 Eastern Standard Time, and 1900 Central European Time. If you want, we can go through. I'll probably go through the rest of this particular expansion of Uru. I think it's called To Denis and the Great Zero. I think it's called. And then, but until then, thanks for joining me, and I hope you have a good weekend or the rest of the weekend as it may be. Um, and I'll